Welcome back once again to another episode of Lancescurv. I'm glad to be here. I feel strong. I'm rested from this morning, but it's late for me. But, I feel a little fatigued, so it's okay because once I'm focused and zeroed in, it's going to happen. And I just have to say that I love doing what I do. We're back in full force. The best is yet to come. And I'm just so happy. The plan worked. Had some petty obstacles that came up, in the last couple years, but the plan worked. We're here. Not only do I see the light at the end of the tunnel, I'm almost out of the tunnel. Things are planned, things are focused. We're positive. Yes, we are. And we're always going to remain that way. And after the trials and tribulations that I had to go through, not just recently, but as I jotted down the few words that I jotted down, it really made me realize how much I've come through. It really made me realize how many errors that I came through. When I think about this thing called crack, when you look back at it, it had to be engineered. It had to be something that was put forth to wipe us out. And it's even deeper than that. Not even that it took our physical bodies, but it took our spirit. You see what I mean? And so for me to be here in West Africa right now, we're so peaceful up in the mountains, up in the clouds, and to look back on my life and to see how far I've come and how I've gotten away from the hustle, the bustle, the stress, the whatever, and to finally get there like that, to survive that. No, I never took it, never used it, never ever used a drug, never sold it, never had anything to do with that, never fell into those traps. I had parents that raised me a certain way and instilled certain things inside of me and watched me like a hawk, but I wasn't into that stuff at all. I jotted down some words here, as always, and I like to share them before I freestyle it. It's going to be a little funny. When I freestyle, it's going to be serious. I'm going to talk about some things that it's almost like we forgot. The 1980s crack cocaine epidemic swept through New York City like a destructive storm, leaving devastation in its wake. While all 5 boroughs felt the impact, as well as the rest of the country, Southside Queens bore a uniquely harsh brunt of the epidemic. Growing up in this area during that tumultuous time, I witnessed firsthand the swift and deadly transformation that crack cocaine wrought on my community. What once felt like a vibrant, promising neighborhood rapidly descended into chaos, turning Southside Queens into what could only be described as a war zone. As the crack epidemic took hold, it seemed as though everyone was either smoking or selling the drug. The lines between user and dealer blurred, and regardless of which side one was on, the outcome was often the same: arrests, violence, and a community plunged into despair. Promising young lives were reduced to shadows of their former selves, roaming the streets at night, engaging in dangerous and degrading acts for a drug that held them in its unyielding grip. Families were torn apart as loved ones became unrecognizable, their actions driven by an insatiable need for their next hit. Homes were stripped of valuables, family members manipulated and deceived, and the very essence of these individuals seemed to vanish. What remained were physical shells deteriorating rapidly under the weight of addiction. The impact on Southside Queens was profound. Areas like South Jamaica, South Ozone Park, Hollis, Cambria Heights, and Springfield Gardens, among a few, were transformed from bustling, hopeful neighborhoods into desolate, dangerous territories. Abandoned homes and shuttered businesses became common sights. Streets once filled with the sounds of laughter and community now echoed with gunfire and cries of anguish. Gun violence surged as turf wars erupted between rival drug gangs. The mental health of residents deteriorated under the constant threat of violence and the emotional toll of losing loved ones to addiction or incarceration. The spiritual and moral decay was palpable as the epidemic sapped the very soul of the community. The lengths to which individuals would go to obtain crack were nothing short of astounding. Scams and hustles became everyday occurrences, born out of the desperation that addiction created. People would concoct elaborate schemes to get money, driven by a singular focus on obtaining the drug. This desperation, while impressive in its ingenuity, was tragic in its purpose. Statistics from the time painted a grim picture. In the late 1980s, the New York City saw an explosion in both violent crime and drug-related arrests. In 1988 alone, there were over 5,000 homicides, many of them connected to the drug trade. Southside Queens was particularly hard hit, with areas like South Jamaica seeing dramatic increases in crime and drug activity. For those of us who lived through it, the crack epidemic left scars that never fully healed. It was a time of pervasive hopelessness and pain, a period when the very fabric of our community seemed to unravel. The sense of betrayal was deep, with many in the Black community feeling that the epidemic was a deliberate attempt to destroy us, likened to a controlled demolition designed to bring down an entire structure. As we reflect on this dark chapter, it is crucial to understand the full extent of what happened in Southside Queens and beyond. The crack cocaine epidemic was not just a drug crisis. It was a devastating assault on an entire generation. The lessons learned from this period must be carried forward to ensure that such devastation never occurs again. It's a story of loss, but also a cautionary tale, one that future generations must heed to prevent history from repeating itself. And what I just read, jotting down those words earlier, that can go in any place in America, no matter what the neighborhood, large or small, that could be anywhere. But because I grew up in Queens, born in Manhattan, even Manhattan, the Bronx, Staten Island, and Brooklyn, these are areas I know well, areas that I know the sweetness of from the block parties and from the get-togethers and from the friends that I had from indulging in bodybuilding and having a father who had a business where he had jobs all over the city. I love New York City, just like you love your city if you're not from New York City. So it's not about just speaking on that. It is the whole country. It is other countries too. I found out that out here in Ghana, back in the 90s, crack was bad. I spoke to people who had that addiction here. And it really bugged me out because this is such a beautiful place. And they do have issues with things, but it's not bad at all. Like, what did they do to get rid of this thing? They still have people who smoke and do drugs, but it's far and few between. It's a whole different flow. And I'm so glad for this segment of my life I made that move. Because when I compare it to the constant stress and the desire to make money and pay all these bills, I got off the wheel. Retired, I'm cool now. But more so than retired, that doesn't matter more than being alive. Renee Green, how are you? How are you doing tonight, sweetheart? I'm glad you're here. We also have, we're across several platforms tonight. And there's so many who have joined in on Instagram. DJ Ready Rock, Sam Zadig, World African Improvement, Daz Lamar, Scorpio, Cancer, and Libra. I'm saying my eyes are crossed up. Yesha One Yahoo and Shobama. Welcome on in. And there are a few people who are watching, but they didn't come into the chat room on YouTube, and that's cool. You know, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. But yeah, where do I start? It's like from one year to the next, this thing hit, and we were in a different world. But I noticed when it first hit, it's almost like when you're driving your vehicle and the clouds come from behind you. You don't see it ahead of you to anticipate a storm. You didn't even think it was going to rain. And all of a sudden, these big fat drops that are not even drops, like the size of 6 or 10 drops in one, bam, blam, blam on your windshield. And you're like, what? It wasn't a gradual thing. It wasn't something you anticipated. It wasn't something that you heard in the news that it would rain later on. This thing came out of nowhere. And they say that smoking crack is a better feeling. And I don't mean better like I'm saying it's better. Those who I've talked to, they say it's a better feeling than the best sex you've ever had. I'm going to keep it decent tonight, but I'm going to keep it real. Imagine that. Now, many of us are conservative. We don't speak on those things, but I do. Better than an orgasm? What? I mean, a good one, not one of those dribble out weak ones. But that's powerful. Because like I always say, pain and pleasure are two of the most highly motivating forces to our brain. We want to avoid the pain, but we want the pleasure. See, and going beyond crack, because I'm going to go over the double yellow lines and come on back, and I'll talk until I drop. This will probably be a little over an hour. I'm not sure. I'll see how I feel. I have a lot of workers coming here tomorrow, so early in the morning, so I don't want to really be up too late because I got another action-packed day. But it's like this. Many of us don't want to come out of our comfort zones in life. Many of us fight hard to create a comfort zone that we don't have to come out of. But the very moment you decide to do that consciously or unconsciously, that's the beginning of you actually dying, where you just want to stay in your comfort zone. You have to always challenge yourself. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to leave the comfort zone. You need the comfort zone. I'm not mad at you if you sleep with satin sheets. I'm not mad at you if it's cold outside and you have heat in your house. No, I don't mind that. You don't have to go to an outhouse to use the bathroom. You have a nice bathroom. You get up, you go, you come back. I'll afford you that. But what I'm saying is in life, to challenge yourself, to go beyond what you've already done, to make something happen that you visualize and you made it happen in real life. And to know that you're never going to be down for a long time, never discouraged. You see, this thing called crack, it didn't just make you addicted because it felt better than sex. Because I don't care how good sex is, you can't have sex all day. But this thing shot right to the pleasure center of the brain. And your comfort zone became that they forgot what it's like to wake up in the morning and see a sunrise. They forgot what it's like to wake up after a full night's sleep and feel rested. And realize that you don't really have to get up, so you can lay there for even another hour if you want before you get up. Because you earned that morning because you worked all week. You see what I'm saying? So the beauty of a good meal, a home cooked meal where your spouse or your mother or your grandmother, aunt, family member, and I spoke on this last night or yesterday, where they put the vibration of love in it. They're creating this food and this wonderful meal that they know is your favorite, and they're doing it and they're putting love in there. You see, those who indulge in crack, they don't know about that no more. That's not pleasurable no more. But they know how to feign and fake being that person that you love so well. See, you love this person, and it hurts you to see them in this state. And they're going to try to patch themselves up and act like the little daughter that you know, if you're a mother or father, or the son that you know. But it's manipulation. And this thing, if we stay in denial, when we finally realize what has happened to this person, then we either have some kind of breakdown or we go in denial even more so. We stick our head in the sand. We don't want to see this reality. Who wants to see that? This thing wiped out so many friends of mine who fell into poor health. At the same time, we had a thing called AIDS, HIV. Isn't the timing uncanny? That at first we looked at it as a gay disease. They called it Kaposi's sarcoma back in 1979. And I don't remember the details, but there was a white man from Canada who had it, and he traveled all over and had sex with strange men. So what does that have to do with us? And what does that have to do with crack? Well, it's almost like two rockets with a trajectory to go out into outer space, but their trajectory and path will cross and they'll both explode when they hit each other. So we had AIDS, which at first I would say it was really in the gay community a whole lot because, as I said before, my last night New York show, that the Greenwich Village was like the headquarters. It was like the embassy of the gay community. If you lived anywhere else in New York City, you had to act straight for the most part. Some didn't, most did. But when you got down in Greenwich Village, you could let it all hang out. And like I said before, there were gyms that I trained at down there. I had several memberships because I was competing as a bodybuilder. So there were times there were restaurants down there. It was a beautiful place. They didn't bother me. They might look at me or something, but they didn't bother me. You'd meet more young ladies down there than anything else because they kind of felt funny after a while. Not funny against anybody, but nobody's looking at us. They're all looking at each other. So I met young ladies on an innocent level, and we'd hang out. And we'd meet back there the next week. Didn't have phone numbers. A wholesome time. See? So now, with this thing going around, I noticed the faces, gaunt and withered, faces of white men. They were usually white men, mostly at that time. People I knew that I trained with, they caught this strange thing and they were dead. You know how you don't see some people for a couple of months and sometimes for a couple of years, but it doesn't feel that way because you're working hard and you're in your zone. And all of a sudden you find out that they passed on or they're on the verge of passing on. And somehow, some way, you get to find where they are and you meet them. There are many guys who are in the gym who were swinging the rainbow flag, but I didn't pay that no mind. They might have been training partners or people who competed in bodybuilding. There's a lot of that going on. And to see them lose 100 pounds, 120 pounds, no muscles on their body whatsoever, was a shock. And then we had some who got locked up. And then we had a lot of bisexual black men who were dipping both ways and caught this thing. They're in prison, out in the outside world, living a double life, and they go home to their woman. And from what I can remember, AIDS was at one point, I don't know the statistics now because this is not a statistics show. We're freestyling on what we've been through. And if you're younger and don't know, well, you're younger, you may know about crack and stuff, and there are people still smoking it now. But then, oh man, you could never forget. But at one time it was reported that AIDS was the killer, majority killer of black women, whether it was 44 years old and younger or whatever it was, but it came over to us. And then we had to deal with it. And then black men and black women were scorned by others because they're like, you're the leading killer of black women. We can't mess with you. I had to be careful, and even then I was in denial. I had a bunch of girlfriends. I was in denial about it for a while. No, this can't be. And thank God that I'm still here because there were people that I knew that I had been with, if you know what I mean, that you find out 2 and 3 years later, they died of the monster, because that's what we called it. We called it the monster. And so all these years I've had a clean bloodstream, and I know I've been protected, because there's no way you're going to run out in the street in a hurricane, run across the street, knock on the door, and run back, and you're dry. There's no way. So that was me. I couldn't say no, but I didn't think that it was, but I'm blessed that way. So many are and so many aren't, because there are people that I know personally. We're not talking about intimate people, right? We're talking about people, friends of mine, buddies of mine. Let's just speak on the men that I knew. And I didn't know they were living a double life. And it wasn't that you had to live a double life if you caught that, because there were straight men that caught it from the women that they had who were dipping or had it and didn't know it. There's all kind of situations out there. All I want to say is that they were dudes that I knew. It's their business. They kept it to themselves, but it all came out afterward. Like I always say, you go to anybody's funeral or a homegoing service and go in the back row and listen to the whispers that go on, as opposed to what is spoken by the pastor, giving this person such a pristine, clean, and decent life, when you know them up close and personal, that they were doing something they shouldn't have been doing, or risking, or living recklessly, and now they're paying the price. So it's a sad time, but it wasn't, again, just a physical thing. It snatched the souls of many. Not even the ones who were on crack, no, but the mothers, the fathers, the aunts, the cousins, who saw their family member go down this way, unrecognizable, but still feel that they can act a certain way, like they know that they were. It's like a mask, but they become a monster. They become a monster. And I don't hide the fact on this giant gang. Welcome on in. I'm glad you're here. Like I promised I was going to do this every night. Now, I'm a little tired tonight, and it's not going to be 5 hours, but when I get the studio finished up, we're going to have some 5 and 6 hour shows and call-ins, and we're going to do it up. It's coming soon. They've been working on it, and they just finished working. These guys, 6 o'clock in the morning, and right now it's 7 minutes to midnight. They stopped about an hour ago. These guys work hard. So back to what I was saying. That was part of the hustle. To appear to be like, well, everything's all right. I'm not on crack. And it's sad when you see them try to perform and act the normal way, and you know they're on something. And like I was beginning to say, and I have to say it, my older brother, 11 years older than me, was on it in a bad way. But he had always been as brilliant as he is, and I'll give him props. If you ever sat down and talked with him, you would be bedazzled by his wit, his charm, his intelligence, which came in handy with the manipulation that he executed on all of us. And I had in my heart a love-hate, but it wasn't hate. I hated what he became. I loved him with all my heart, but I hated what he became when I realized what was going on. But I always had a sense of hope that he would turn away. He was so intelligent. He could speak to you in a corporate boardroom and bedazzle you with the facts that he knew. It wasn't a copy of the Wall Street Journal that he wouldn't read. But he can go out there on the corner with the dudes hanging out and bedazzle them too with his street smarts and everything in between. And like I said before, if he ever came on this show or had a show of his own, you wouldn't listen to me no more. I'd have to retire and just listen to him. That's how good he was. But it wasn't a good thing. It wasn't a good thing at all. And my mother had undying hope for him, and he manipulated her almost to the day that she passed. She realized months before she passed away and had a second stroke. And I charge him with that, but I really don't want to say that in a venomous way. But when a person has hope for you and is in denial for a very long time, right? when they finally realized that this might not change. Yes, you're right. Love the individual and hate the sin. That was my situation. That was how I felt. You see, so it was traumatic for me in a different kind of way. And at the same time, I always say I had a wonderful childhood. I loved my neighborhood, a bunch of characters there, but I loved it. I mean, it was some of the best times of my life. But I've had, in each period of my life, there's always a part that I can say was the best time of my life. I can say that right now. You know what I mean? And it's not because of a physical thing or a physical structure, although you saw it, Giant Game, to achieve when there's so much of an obstacle course put in front of you. And you realize that you're winning, not competing against other people, but you're winning against this system that has so many traps set for you that if you slip up one time, just one time, that's a wrap. And you see people side by side, in front of you and back of you, falling victim to this thing. So we had AIDS and we had crack. And the funny thing about it is, there are people who, because of the drug, would go out there and do things on a sexual level with strangers. I mean, there are people who are not on crack who do that anyway, right? But this made it even worse. And I had to question the men who would lay down with these women, knowing that they were on this drug, knowing that, well, they maybe didn't know it was a spiritual thing also, because it was demonic. It was evil. I'm not calling the one who fell into the crack habit evil. I'm just saying that evil took over and took their soul. That's the best way I can explain it. It's almost like watching Night of the Living Dead, or actually Dawn of the Dead, which was a later version, but I like to say Night of the Living Dead, the original one, the black and white version, where these folks are trapped up inside this house and you had these ghouls trying to knock down the door, trying to come to the window. And the only way to stop them was to give them a shot in the head. And so I can't recall the movie in detail, but there was an instance where there was somebody who saw a loved one that had become one of the zombies in Night of the Living Dead. And when they get you, you're going to turn into it. I'm not sure if it's something they bite you or something. But here you come, dragging, you know, just like with Michael Jackson and Thriller, you know, and that's what it turned into in the streets. If you can remember, doom, 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 Thriller, that to me was a reflection of the crack era. And even that came out around that time. So how connected was Michael Jackson, or was he instructed to create something like this? Because just to get off the beaten path for a second, Michael Jackson was raised up in a way with a father who beat him and pushed all of them. But come to find out in my research that Joe Jackson was involved in things that he had to bow down to in the entertainment industry, and he subjected especially Michael Jackson to this. So Michael Jackson was trapped for a while in this thing that many will call the Illuminati, right? So, you know, I'm not one of those guys who watch one or two YouTube videos and I'm a scholar on this thing, but I'll say that to give you the gist of what it was. And so when he finally broke free of it and opened his mouth and, you know, told everybody what it was, and, you know, I remember the videotape when he was in front. It was like a kind of crude videotape where he was speaking in front of a crowd. And he was in a soft voice saying, "You better know this. You got to know this." And he mentioned Tommy Mottola, who many feel eventually killed him, and just how the music industry works. So the spells that were put on him had to be broken in a certain way, because we know that Hollywood thing, and I know insiders in Hollywood that tell me things, right? Yes, indeed. K. Daniel Network. Wow. He says HIV and AIDS is so bad in Houston, Texas right now. It's unbelievable. It's still there. And A-Not, Landon Price. Oh yeah, sugar. Sugar is a drug. The FDA said if they knew back in the past what they know now about sugar, it would be labeled as a drug. But there are ways that we can deal with sugar diabetes naturally. I'm not talking about some strange herb or whatever have you. But number one, you got to cut your sugar out. White sugar, brown sugar, any kind. Cut it out. And if you do this one thing, right? People I've shared this with, it worked. I'm not saying that this is the cure-all, right? But those medications that they take for sugar diabetes makes your stuff worse. Just try not eating before you go to bed. Go to bed where the way you feel is like, I can eat something right about now. If you do that, the tingling in your extremities, the swollen feet, the feeling that you don't want to eat something in the morning time because you done had some sugar-loaded drink and all this processed food. Your body, when you go to sleep, was made to cleanse itself and do certain things. Your brain, your body, all of that. Don't put any food in your body a couple of hours before you go to bed, but you can get up and have a big breakfast, have a big lunch, and then nibble and kind of wind down. Maintain your blood sugar level. But why is it that we have diabetes like this? Look at the foods they're putting out there for us. Everywhere we turn is death and destruction. And because of the commercials and the media and how they have our brains and the things that we see, we're hypnotized. So for them to put out crack, and we had so many people who turned themselves into a life of prostitution, didn't care no more. You had dudes that I knew were straight, and I would drive down the street in my neighborhood at the red light. They knew me, called me by name. Hey, Lance, man, what's going on? Dudes that I played ball with, dudes that when they were younger, they would come by the house and my mother would give us lunch on a Saturday or Sunday, or they were locked out and they'd come over and do their homework, close, tight-knit neighborhood. Dude always had girlfriends. Girls ran him down. Good-looking dude. Came to my car. I knew he was on crack. He said, "Hey, man, can I tighten you up, man?" I'm like, wait a second. Whoa, whoa. What did he say? Can you tighten me up? That's what you trying to introduce me to a woman or something? He said, nah, man. He started laughing. Nah, man, I'm like, what are you talking about? The light turned green. No, you ain't telling me this and I'm driving off. I got to know what you're talking about. Horns were honking. I had to pull over. So I got out the car. I noticed, I'm like, okay, so what are you talking about? Tighten me up. And he stood, I wasn't going to jump the guy, beat him up, but he started licking his lips and looking at my crotch. I said, man, that thing got you too? And I knew it. I heard about it. But this dude was out there, didn't even care to leave the neighborhood or go somewhere else. They never want to leave within close proximity of the crack house that they know. You know what I mean? And you know when these dealers come out new, they always put more cocaine in the crack because crackheads are not loyal at all. They hear that they got good product over there 2 blocks over and they just open up shop and woo, man, you got to go over there and try it out. Debo's, Sweet D. Exactly. Wow. They had to unalive Michael at that point. Yeah, Debo's. He says I had a male cousin who went into the same thing. So, and when you do that as a man, and you're straight, that's to show you how powerful this thing is. Then some people will say, well, maybe they had a little sugar in the tank before. Maybe they did. But for you to have no shame at all, something's missing. Just like when you go to Lowe's or Home Depot and you have something that you got to put together, a ceiling fan or something. Let's just say a ceiling fan, and it's missing a few crucial screws. Now you got to go back Maybe somebody purchased it and brought it back and took the screws out and brought it back. You know, people do that. So when you go to these places, you got to inspect what you have. But that's the same way. It's missing something. And there's a spiritual component. I'm not talking about no religion. There's a spiritual component that's removed from you that you can do such things. There's a joke that I would always run into. They would say a crackhead. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory way because there's so many people that have gone through it and beat it. Now the numbers here say it's 20 people on YouTube, and I'm not sure what it is on Instagram, even though it's you know, they don't really tally up everything right. Let me see. Am I having problems here? Well, they shut me down on Instagram. They didn't shut me down. I'm just saying that I'm disconnected. And they're always saying there's excessive activity on Instagram. So I hope, let me check on my other computer. Let me just check here and see. It's talking about crack. We gotta have more people smoking. He's not about destroying the black race. But yeah, but like Pope Leo said, in Dallas, it's bad there. Dallas or Houston, he said. Let me go up. Let me see. He said Houston. And I was in Houston when I was out there with, unfortunately, I'll say, Dr. Kang, who ended up being a fraud. And he used me because he saw that a lot of people trusted me. And when I introduced him to everybody, and he had a lot of things going on. And if you listen to Sister Isis, his woman, she spilled the beans. And he's locked up now. But we got people who could be so deceptive, and that drug called crack can make you, I mean, you can win an award for the acting that you do when you want to get that rock. It's so strange. But again, at the same time, like I said, because people are doing things raw dog, not doing any kind of safe sex, and why would you want to, I just never understood that. Like I said last night when we spoke about New York City, and here I am 14, 15 years old, hanging out with guys 2 and 3 years older, 4 years older that drove. I'm hanging out with them. And before we would come back, oh, go down there on the west side, go over where the hookers are. Because back in the 70s, they were healthy looking. And I could never find myself digging out money and paying them to do something because it's a transactional thing, even though modern day dating now has become transactional. But you're going to buy me. I need a man who has 6 figures. Oh, I need a man. I got my hair to do, my nails to do. I got to pay my rent, whatever. Oh, I treat him right. And I understand there's a component in a woman that needs to be secured. Not that she's going to sit there and say, I'm going to sit there and do nothing. If you have a career, fine. If you're making 6 figures yourself, fine. But that can't be the prime thing because you're missing out on life. And even some women, they may not be or have it in their heart to get married and have kids. I understand that. But this venom, we're all messed up wherever we turn. Yeah, Sweet D, they're still doing it. Callie Monk, welcome on back. Wow. Debo said, he said the crack would call his name when he was coming down off his high. I heard that. You know? Giant Gain says, I knew a co-worker that stated he tried crack once and he knew from that moment he could never try it again or he'd be hooked. That powerful. I'm going to say something else. I'm going to add on to that. No, you're right. And he was right. I'm going to say this about me. I'm not saying I'm better than nobody. But I always felt, because see, my character is strong. And I know the joys of clean living. One of my biggest highs growing up is fighting sleep. I just love to fight sleep and let it whip me. To me, that was a high. to keep going, doing something. Not like I'm gonna sit up in the middle of the room just staring at something and fighting to sleep. That's crazy. I like to sleep. I like to get on my sleep. But doing a task, like when I'm preparing a show or doing some graphics or doing some artwork or writing an article, I love to go to failure. It's like when I was in bodybuilding and training, I would go, go, go. I was nuts that way because I know the fatigue that I felt in my body was going to bring about a new body. And I did that naturally. What do I mean by this thing with crack? Just like it was said, he tried it once and he knew it was so powerful, he would be hooked. Me? I'm not saying I'm better, but I'm a different breed. I know this. I don't say those things because people take it the wrong way. Oh, you're a narcissist. You think too high of yourself. Listen, let somebody hold me at gunpoint and put a crack pipe in my hand. You know, they gun get too close to me. I'm trying to whip their behind. But let's say that they did this and the people said, no, I'm not going to do this. And they take the gun in my presence and blow their brains out. So I know they'll do it. And I'm like, I got to live. Man, I don't want to smoke this crack. What am I going to do? No, 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 no. You're going to smoke. The next person, pow, brains all over the place. I'm making this up. And I realize this guy's serious for whatever reason. And I put the crack pipe to my lips. Now, don't soundbite this segment. I did not do this. I'm making this up, okay? And I take a puff or whatever you want to call it, inhale, and I feel what it is that they say you feel. And I'm only doing this because you pointed a gun at me and made sure I inhaled it all up in my head. And I'm like, oh my God, woo, oh, oh. But you know what? My character is so strong and I'm focused. Like maybe you have a hint about that that's the way I am. But I'm very determined to do what it is that I do when I want to do it. See? But those things there, I grew up seeing what heroin and crack and whatever it is did to my brother who's still alive, who I haven't seen since 1998 in Manhattan on 26th Street in 7th Avenue, right by the McDonald's. Ran into him by chance, but it wasn't by chance. The time I talked to him before that was 4 years before that in 1994, in July. And my mother transitioned in April, on April 28th, 1994. And months after, April, May, June, July, 3 months after that. Hello? Hey, Lance, what's going on? Now, I know his voice, but I paused because it all came rushing back to me how my mother was disappointed. And that was really the reason why she passed on out of here. And all that I had to deal with in her passing. So I had to hold myself because there's a side that hated the sin that he had in him, that me wanted to get to the sin to knock it out of him. I had to knock him out. And it hurt me the time that I did have to hit him one time. That's why my little pinky is bent. If you look at my hand in the videos, that's the reason why, in the scar on that little pinky knuckle. He jumped in my face. And all of my hurt came at him. I won't even brag about how I hit him and how his body jumped around and flew away. Because my mother had a cat in the house and she let him live in the attic. And the cat would always meow, meow when she'd see my brother going in and out and blowing him up. So he took the cat, and I happened to be downstairs. He didn't know it. He took the cat and didn't just toss it down the steps. He took the cat like a baseball pitcher and slammed that cat. And the cat laid there lifeless, and then it jumped up and ran away. The cat was knocked out. You don't do that to animals. No, I love cats. I love all animals, unless it's coming to try to kill me or bite me up or something. I was so through. I said, why did you do that? And he must have just got a shot or something. He was in my face and saying stuff. I said, man, you're not going to do that no more, and you probably need to go. Who are you to tell me? And I just let him have it. He flew from the hallway into the bathroom, hit the wall, and all the tiles fell off, and he fell into the bathtub. I wasn't proud of that. It hurt me. And my mother saw it. I didn't know she was looking. And I turned to her and I said, Mommy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But she understood what I was feeling. And I've told the story a million times when I found out from the drug dealers in the neighborhood that up in the attic, he had chicks going up in there, having sex with men, strange men, letting them up in the house, walking past my mother's bedroom. And when I found that out, I went there. And I waited downstairs for a while, and he would toss the key out to whoever came to the door. And it was a separate side hallway. And I watched several people go up. I had my Timberlands on, even though we're not supposed to support Timberland, right? But at the time I had them on. I had on a Carhartt brand outfit, really thick, that truck drivers like to use because it's padded, a hoodie, gloves on, leather gloves. And I was ready. And I went upstairs. And I told my mother, don't worry about it. You're going to hear a lot of noise and everything's going to be all right. She couldn't talk as well because she had that first stroke. So I said, close your door. Don't open it. You'll be all right. And so when I went up those steps and peeked into what was going on in the little living room up there, because everything was finished, I saw a Korean man getting a blowjob, white men hitting this woman from behind. Blowjobs all over the place. Some of them were smoking, and when they inhaled, you saw the flame inside the crack pipe. It lined up all along the floor. Because when I snuck up there and looked, I had to have my eyes adjust because it was dark. And so I clapped my hands so loud. I was like, okay, party's over. And then I flicked the light switch on. And one of the crackheads spotted me, knowing that, oh my God, because she knew I was his brother and she already knew what I was coming there to do. I don't hit women. Oh, I hit her. I hit everything coming at me to get down to the steps. I'm not proud of that either. But the rage in me from this drug taking my brother away from me and not having a full relationship and the hurt that it gave my mother. See, when my father was alive, he didn't go for it. See? And that my father was a stepfather. Me and my brother had different fathers. And that's what drove me to be into bodybuilding and be fanatical with how I kept my body in health at the young age that I did. Because I wanted to prove to my parents this is not going to happen. And they never had a fear about that. But it's got to still be a fear. Like, it took one son. I hope it doesn't take the other one. I mean, when I was younger, my father was like, listen, please don't ever use steroids. I'm like, no, I'll never use the steroids. So my father did powerlifting and martial arts and little boxing back in Jamaica when he was young. So that's the kind of influence that I had. So I had to prove to them. I didn't have to prove to them because I wasn't going to do it, but I wanted to go above and beyond. And so that's how I got my body like that without using drugs. It was a happy pressure on me because I wanted them to be proud of me and everything that I did. And there are people who know me now and know my parents. They say, you know what, Lance, the way you turned out after all you've been through, because I've been through all kind of other stuff, you know, relationships that were jacked up and you know, looking for love, not looking for it, but never feeling that I was loved by the people that I chose. My parents loved me, so I know the foundation, but that's a different kind of love, right? So me now, as the sole survivor of their union, I have to continue to push and push, not in a pressured way, but it's like I have to make up for what my brother didn't do. So all of a sudden, all of these people, the Johns, which are people who purchase prostitutes, right? And what they would do, they would give him, my brother, the money, right? And he would get crack with that. And he'd give them a little bit and share in the crack. So he was getting his crack for free. In my mother's house, in the attic over her bedroom. What if she had to go to the bathroom when she sees strangers walking in and out? Oh, hell no. I'm sorry. I punched that lady in her stomach and she curled up like a roly-poly when you touch it with your finger, and fell on the steps, got up and left. The ones who were buying it to the tall white man, please don't hurt me. And he was, I was going to say he was white too. Man, I caught him with like 3 shots. Everybody got it. The little Korean man, please, 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 please. My wife, my wife. Oh, you weren't thinking about your wife when you was coming here to get some black lips wrapped around your pole. Huh? You getting it too. They were all outside in the front. They ran out, called the cops. I said, what did I do wrong inside my mother's house that you hear? Well, that's what we're here to find out. I said, oh, it's legal to smoke crack in somebody else's house and pull tricks and jobs and get blowjobs? And no. And if you lock me up, you see, and the crackheads were mad because they were standing around. They didn't just run. They were outside, but they were pissed because they didn't get their crack. They didn't get the money, nothing. One of them white men up in there, they got a blowjob and finished and didn't pay. Well, he lucked out. He wasn't standing around. He was getting out of there. So I said, if I get locked up, you see all of these people, they're going to have to call you back again because I'm going to beat everybody's ass that was up there looking at me like I did something wrong. This is why I feel so strong about certain things. When I see people who fall victim, the side of me feels sorry for them. But the other side doesn't, because they're not who they used to be. They're a shell of their former self. So my brother was on the phone 3 months after my mother passed away. I couldn't help but say it. I mean, like, I said, you heard about mommy? Oh, yeah, I heard about mommy. I just want to know if I had something, if she left something. And I couldn't stop it. She did. And she left a little something for me, but I put it all into the house and renovated it and took it over. I was mad. I was so mad. He took, and I've said this before, but since this is a new channel, I say the story is over again. He took my mother's address book. And you know, she graduated from Juilliard, sung opera, sung this, and did concerts, different things on a lower level. It wasn't some big famous thing, but she was gifted. And the reason why she didn't make it is because she had him and she kind of not gave it up, but she kept it up, but she didn't do it like she used to do it. There were people who she went to school with, who she sung with, who were celebrities and stars that went on to do lots of things. They used to call the house. I'm not saying I knew them, they wouldn't call all the time, but you know, they kind of felt sorry for her because they knew she was great and she yearned not because she wanted attention, but that was her passion. That's why when you have anything going on in your life, you never, ever give up on your passion. Never, ever. Even if in this lifetime, your name is not up in lights. If it's something that you do that you love, you never give it up and love it. But this drug comes and it's like a teacher that erases the blackboard. Everything is gone. You have no interest in the things that you love to do. You don't care. It's all about, as they say it, sucking the devil's glass dick. I'm sorry to say it so lewd, but that's what it is. And so while my childhood was wonderful, there was an emptiness inside of me that I always wanted to be connected to my brother, but he was always gone because he wasn't allowed in the house. My father took him as his own. But the rebellious thing of, you're not my father, I don't have to listen to you. So if anything, that was my thing. This is why I have zero tolerance for certain things. Zero. Certain things you're doing, I'm not going to be around you, even to this day. If I knew back in the day when I was a little wild myself, meaning that not saying no to a woman who was attracted to me. If I knew you would mess with any kind of drug, I didn't mess with you. I wanted a real woman who was into what we were doing, even if it was just merely a conversation. That's all. Merely if we were just cuddling and that was it. I don't want that energy around me. Again, I don't think I'm better than you if you're doing it, but I'm better than that. And I always have to give credit to my parents for raising me the way that they did, telling me the real deal about life, taking me around. My father showing me the streets and what went on out there, because he had mad respect for it, because he was a stand-up guy. Took me around in the wintertime to these abandoned buildings where he knew some of the guys, and I kind of realized that he might have slipped them a couple of dollars before. But for them to tell me how they ended up shooting a needle in their arm and homeless. So they had the program Scared Straight back in the 70s. And many of you may not recall that, and many of you will. Where they had inmates, they took them to the jail, the prison, and they had inmates who would come out and try their best to scare the mess out of them. And they were allowed to get in their face and use profanity and tell their story. I remember the dude with the glass eye, that would scare me. He pulled his eye. Yes, that's why I got a glass eye. They go, oh. And these were kids who were troubled and rebellious, but they wanted to catch them at this particular point in their life before they got any further in the criminal activity and the drug selling that they did at young ages. And they would interview some of these kids afterward once they understood what prison life was like. Because you had some of them saying, hey, you see you over there? And these are straight looking guys. You know you're going to be my BITCH when you come in there. You know, your a-hole is mine. Who wants to hear that? You young from some big, strong, buck looking. I'm not calling our men bucks, but you know what I'm trying to say. Who wants to hear that? I don't want to hear that. And that ain't happening with me either. You have to kill me to get me in that position. But crack, for most people, it took them away. And some have recovered. And there were some who I knew that had no problem telling me the intimate details of what they went through and how they went through it. You see? And so I had tremendous insight because of my own personal dealings with my brother. And he got that address book and called everybody in that address book of people, dignified people who were conservatively wealthy. You know, you had a lot of people back in the day who were engineers and they did things, and they didn't have to buy a brand new car every year. They didn't have to wear jewelry and all this stuff. When they passed on, you realize how much they were sitting on. That was the way of that day. And he would call and say, oh, she's destitute. She's got nothing going on. And after, you know, my stepfather died, you know, she's really going down. She can't teach no more because she taught at LaGuardia College and York College. And after the stroke, it just took her away. She was stuttering. She had such beautiful speech. Come on now, you know how to sing opera in several different languages, and the way she spoke, hearing that and being on that level, I'm a low achiever compared to the standard that she was on. But I learned so much. When I saw how it broke her heart, it pissed me off. Now, I look back and I say, man, even though she was so much older than I, you know, I mean, I was 31 when she passed away, and she was 64. And this is why, me personally, I made up my mind. I said, ain't nothing going to stress me. Ain't nothing going to worry me. I don't care who you are. Like my father taught me, there should be nothing that stops you from having a good meal and being able to get your rest. You have concern and you have worry. Oh, I'll show concern for X amount of hours a day. But if it's something I'm going to carry to my sleep and sit there twiddling my thumbs and biting my nails all night, that challenge, I don't want to say problem. I like to say challenge because I'm a champion. And you are too. And this is the way you should talk if you don't talk that way. Because these ways of thinking carried me through. I don't have problems. I have challenges. And challenges are for champions to surmount and beat and defeat. And I've been beaten and defeating stuff all my life. Never used drugs, never sold them, never killed nobody, never whatever. But I'll defend myself. And I'll tell you one thing, I'm not the toughest guy in the world, but the people who approach me, I never lost a fight. I'm capable of losing. I'm not a tough guy. Let's get that straight. I don't start fights unless you put your hand on my woman or my family or somebody who's innocent. I find out you raping babies. Now I'm going to toss you off the roof. I'll do that. If you want to run this back, and if I did that, then, well, you said you'd do it. Well, yeah, I said I did. You got to prove it. I'm like a little policeman. I can't stand these punk men that are watered down these days that tolerate so much. I'm not going to let you do certain things about me. Because there's a level that you have to be on. That karma, if you want to say. All I know is the universe is perfectly balanced, and I don't want to have to answer to certain things. So I'm a straight up dude. Now, if you're taking a risk doing something, running with some man's wife or something, that's on you. More power to you. Enjoy it. Put it in. Get it in. When that brother comes home early from work and catches you in the bed with his wife, well, you're on your own. Certain things you don't do. And I've been put in that position. They didn't tell me. He's here. Who? My husband. We'll save that for the comedy shows that we do. Probably this weekend. Yeah. That's what kept me. So he was calling all these people from the book. And see, he manipulated my mother to have a joint account. And she knew he was on drugs. So these people who loved my mother so much, they said, oh no, we can't have her that way. And these are people who are older than her because, you know, she passed away at 64. And this was the year before she passed away. So these people are in their 80s that loved her to death, and she did things for them. So they wasn't giving her no $100, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, and we're going to give her some more. We got to make sure she has the best of care. People who knew my mother's aunt who raised her. She wrote music, and she was a principal, and she was a professor. My uncle was an engineer. They came not because they had money. We didn't know that. I kind of figured it out that when my mother had cancer and had to have a breast removed back in 1977, when they drove out there in a what do you call it? The campers. Camper was like a daggone city bus. This is in the 70s. And they paid for her whole operation at Sloan Kettering Hospital, a cancer hospital, during the blackout in 1977. So I've experienced so much. I'm not some YouTuber, and I don't even call myself that. I'm bigger than YouTube. I'm bigger than any platform. They don't like me, and I'm on it. They better be glad to have me. I'm not saying I'm souped up or whatever have you. I tell the real stuff. I'm not, well, let's say it this way so we can get more hits and make the title this way so we can get more hits. And what? No. It is what it is. If you like me, like me. If you don't, you don't. I don't care now. The new channel. How many people are here now? 17? You know, I used to have a lot more than that, and it will grow. But I don't care because this is what I do. This is what I do. I can't be discouraged because this is what I do. It's the joy of the process. It's the joy of the process. Setting up these shows and doing it the right way. I'm going to do everything the right way. I'm going to dot every I and cross every T. And I'm going to speak from the heart each and every time. We'll have topics and interviews. I got some interviews lined up, and we'll enjoy those. I got a lot of the oldies but goodies that I saved, and I'm going to upload slowly but surely. That's cool. But from this point on, I'm not playing. And to think that I'm 61 years old right now, and my mother passed away from heartbreak at 64. But long before, when I see people who worry, I'm not worrying. I'm showing concern. Like my father said, Don't ever let anything stop you from taking care of yourself, having a good meal, right? And having a good night's sleep. So me in this generation, I added one more on. I'm not going to let nothing stop me from having a good meal. I'm not going to let nothing stop me from having a good night's sleep. And I'm damn sure not going to let nothing stop me from having a good orgasm. Damn right. We all get horny sometime. At my age, I still get horny all the time. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Because you know that's the first thing to go when you get sick. I never see nobody with 105-degree temperature with the flu burning up. Oh, yeah, I'm so horny. I want to make love. That's the only thing that the system that we have, that if you remove the usage of it, it ain't going to kill you. Your skeletal system, if you didn't have it, you'll die. Your digestive system, if you don't have it, you'll die. Your nervous system, your hormonal system, right? You don't have those things, you'll die. But if you don't have sex, you might not die, but it will drive you crazy. But you'll live. That's a wonderful thing. But this thing is something that, yeah, Pope Leo. Yes, crack played out nowadays. It's meth and fentanyl. I just had a cousin passed away, found dead 6 days later behind a liquor store from overdose on fentanyl. Something she probably got from dating Zaddy. You see that? Yeah. You see that segment, Rob? I don't want it around me no more. Exactly. Exactly. And it's still out there going on. Just like K. Daniel Network said. Isn't that something? 2024. This is a thing that when you really look at the numbers, I'll kind of say 82. Some people say 83. It's probably 81. But 82 to 2002 and 2004, 42 years. 42 years of crack. But then you have the fentanyl and the crystal meth or whatever it is. This new stuff, I don't know. It's there. So now I'm going to just drop a link that if anybody wants to come in and share a story or an experience, I promise to always do that. There's a link right there. So you can feel free to pop on and I'll let you in. I'm not going to be much longer, but I think I'm going to have a similar show tomorrow night, speaking and picking up from where I left off and kind of segueing into a different direction. But the funny thing also is Black people, with all that we've been through, we're still here and we're still strong. And even some of us who have gone through stuff, gone through drugs and the crack and the nervous breakdowns and the pressure in this system that's against us. And no, I'm not crying victim. And really right now, I'm going to say it this way. We need to be so gangster with it that we ain't going to even acknowledge the white man. And white people, when you hear me say this, I'm not talking about individual, whatever. We're talking about the system that benefits you. Oh, I never did anything that's wrong. Well, you enjoy the system, don't you? That's on our backs. I'll tell you a story I never told nobody. There's a white man right there on Silver Star in Hiawassee in Orlando, Florida, down from where I lived. I'm at the red light, turning lane. Dude walks up to me, begging. There's some Black folks out there begging too. And he begged. He was begging someone. I said, "No, I don't have nothing for you, man." What do you mean you don't have nothing for me? You're driving this nice car? I said, "No, man, you need to get up out my face. I don't have nothing for you." Why? Because I'm white? I was like, "Yep." I said, "This system benefits you so much, and you out here begging me?" And we in Orlando, Florida. And 10, 15 years ago, you probably called me a nigga if you saw me when you were high and mighty. Now you in the street. You know that fool spit on me? I jumped out the car and almost jumped out the car while it was in drive. Man, I looked around first because I had to see if there's any cops out there. I did what I did, and I shot out. The cars in front of me were turning. I didn't want to get caught by the light. The arrow turned yellow. I was still going through it. I'm like, He was knocked down. I ain't gonna say what I really did, but he was on his ground. Don't spit on me. It was like that spray spit, but it was still spit. It wasn't mucus spit, but I'm like, oh, hell no. Don't let this drug, oh, yes, brother. Boys the expat. Yes, the boys expat. Here you
Brother
are, brother.
Lance,
Come talk to me. Yes.
how
Brother,
you doing, my brother?
Oh, I'm good now
Well,
that you here, even more so.
well, Brother Lance, bro, I love the way when you go down memory lane, brother. Well, let me say greetings to you and greetings to the listeners.
Oh, yes.
You know, as you were talking about the dangers of drugs, particularly crack cocaine, my mind
Yes.
went back to my cousin, and
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to give out too much of his personal information, but
Understood.
he got strung out in the 80s and going into the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw him, man, because he's an older cousin, and it was so bad with him, brother, that he said when he was coming down off his high, the crack would be calling his name to get back on it,
Oh,
to go out there and get some.
wow. I heard that before, though, man. It's almost demonic, if I can say it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. And he
To
said
bring you down. Mm-hmm.
well, Lance, he had these, when he's perspire, he had this white pus that was coming out of his skin on his back.
Mm-mm.
And this was like when he would go through withdrawals because he didn't have the crack. Like, he wasn't using it at that particular
Right.
time. So he go through these withdrawals when he's not on
Right.
it.
Right.
But that was like the time when that crack said, hey, man, like Richard Pryor said, what was that? Which one was that? Was it Live on Sunset Strip?
I think it was, yeah.
When he said Jim Brown came over to his house and he said, hey, don't listen to him, Jim. Hey, let's get high here, just you and me and this pipe, and that's real.
Yeah. I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it time and time again. I've seen it, and what it's done to people, and how sometimes they get off of it, but they never really come back to what they were supposed to be. And that's the part that gets me, because it's like watching a great fighter fight on too long, and now he's a shell of his former self. And you expect that there'll be flashes of brilliance, and maybe he can pull the fight through, and he's beat. It's like watching Muhammad Ali when he was beat. Watching the great fighters, and they beat, and they get older. But this is not a fight that way, which is an athletic match. This is life. Your life force is taken with this thing, man. And you think back to the time when they were young and had so much promise, or younger.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this thing is so intense. You got people that go their whole life drug free and get a taste of this thing and lose it and fall off right before they retire. There was a mailman who lived on my block. And the people who lived on my block who might be listening to this, they know it. I'm not going to say any names. And people who don't know, don't know. I would say that he's probably not alive right now, because this was back in the 80s, and he was a mailman, and I think he was supposed to retire in 2 months. Before he ever touched the thing, you so close to retiring, and you start messing up with your attendance and whatever else. I don't know if they tested him for anything, but he fell off and he lost everything. You that close to the end, and you lose it, and his house became a crack house. I used to, before, I knew every neighbor. I'm not running up in everybody's house, but as a kid growing up, you end up playing or going to a cookout. You end up in all the people's houses on your block. It's not like it is now, where people are so standoffish, right? So his daughter ended up on crack. And she was a beautiful young lady, much older than me, but she was still. So she's in there pulling tricks, having sex, and he's letting her come in there and do that. And something jumped off there one day, and friends of mine, we were outside. This was in the daytime, and I'll never forget it. We heard her screaming, and she ran out of the house, butt behind naked, in the daytime. And that's a funny sight because you're used to seeing people with clothes on, and you got to process this thing. We all know what nudity looks like, and everything was just jumping all over the place. Breasts hitting up on the chin. I'm just joking, but just she wasn't fat or anything, but everything was wobbly. She looked cellulitic. She was running hard. She didn't have on no shoes. She wasn't worried about, well, let me hold my breast. She wasn't even worried about covering parts of her body. She was all out running, screaming. And it happened twice. And in my block, there were several situations. There's one joker. I had an old 1969 Mercedes-Benz that my father gave me and was partially renovated. It was looking real good. And it was nice. It was a lot to keep up. I eventually sold it. But this dude who lived across the street from me came out. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, high off a crack. He saw me. He ran to his backyard, and he came out, and he tried to sell me a Ford Econoline van dashboard.
I thought you were going to say you want to change your transmission.
Yeah, for real. So I had a Benz, and he's trying to sell me a big Ford dashboard.
Right.
And me and the guy were cool. We knew he was on crack. I almost said on track. No, he wasn't on track. He was on crack. So he brought the dashboard. I wouldn't call him over there. And I'm not going to even imitate him because they'll know who I'm talking about. And like everybody back in the day used to call me Lancey. Lancey, here, buy this off of me.
Just like the preacher.
Yes, exactly.
Your boy. I was like, the plot thickens. I don't mean to go off the subject. But I'm like, I'm saying, I was sitting on the edge of my seat when you told that one. I was like, because I had a similar situation happen to me with this brother. He was heavy into the church, man. And, I don't want to put the brother on blast, but I know where you're coming from. They say it's good to have an open mind, but you don't want to have such an open mind where your brains fall out,
Exactly. So this dude was standing there. I'm like, do you understand this is a Mercedes-Benz and that's a Ford Econoline dashboard? Well, you can cut it down and make it fit. I'm like, oh man, this guy's gone.
Right.
But he never really came back from that. Yeah. Never. A little younger than me.
Well, I just want to add to that because I failed to mention my cousin. He told me he was turning tricks to keep his high up, and that's what shocked me. I was like, what?
Wait, said, he's a dude.
He's a dude. Yeah, he's a dude.
Oh man.
And he told me, he said he had to turn tricks to keep his high, keep his high going, maintain his high.
Oh my God.
It was deep. And you know what, Brother Lance, I come to somewhat of a conclusion. You can, educate me on this as well. I'm starting to believe oftentimes a lot of these people who get on these drugs, who, like you talked about the mailman and the young lady, I think a lot of these people are suffering from some degree of trauma they experienced early in life.
Yes.
And
excellent.
We never seen anybody. We see people like use marijuana, but we never seen a marijuana addict. I mean, other than maybe somebody just like to get high, but marijuana didn't destroy people like heroin and crack did.
Exactly. And then you got some jokers who just do anything to get high. Like they're all inclusive with anything. They can hang with any crowd. And that's what I see now. They just got to keep the high going.
Yeah.
And
because my cousin, he started with marijuana. I'm just saying he started with marijuana.
Many
and
have,
and back that was like back in maybe the 60s and the 70s. Then it got by the mid 80s, it got elevated with crack cocaine.
Yeah. Wow.
You see.
Wow.
Yeah, because I suspect he was sexually molested by a guy when he was younger.
For him to be easy to do that, It unearthed something that he did that maybe he wasn't comfortable with it and was done to him. But this is what I say also about people who were molested. Let's just say the man on boy thing. It may be something that was their first hit of pleasure. It's not like some man, most of them come punch you in the face and pull your stuff down. A lot of these guys who are molesting boys, they try to get them in on that stuff. They groom them, and they will go down on them to give them some head. Hopefully that, oh, he'll feel good. He'll be with this. Look, I talked to a lot of guys locked up who had trauma. I listened in on a lot of interrogations when male inmates claim to have been raped, and they have to bring them down to a special part of the police station. Well, the big sheriff's department is always and they share the same people who do the investigation, and the questions they have to ask these guys, right? Not even like what happened when you say you were raped. No, we go back. Go back. A lot of times they were handcuffed, to the chair, whatever, belly chain, ankle bracelets, and all that stuff. But I'm close by enough to hear it. And I can't believe what I was hearing, the questions and the answers, what I learned. See, we don't want to hear things sometimes, but all knowledge is good knowledge. It's just a matter of how you use it. I mean, I could be a criminal. I knew enough criminals. I knew enough dudes in jail that sat back and told me how to do all kind of things. But I took that knowledge to protect myself, to know how to stop a person from doing those things. So I always wanted to know. I've seen guys cooking up crack. I didn't stay around them places too long, but I wanted to know things and ask them things and questions. And not that I say, can I come into your crack house and interview you? No. You know what I mean? Because that place might get busted and I'm in there. But I walked in on places where I had buddies of mine that started doing stuff and I didn't know they were doing. I'm like, what is that over there? Oh man, my job ain't paying me that much. I said, so what is that? What are you doing? That's soap. Oh man, we cook up crack. Oh man. I looked and turned. I didn't stay 3 minutes. I was out of there. And as soon as I walked out of there, I see a cop car coming down the block. I'm like, oh no, please don't come over here. See me walking out.
Talk about time.
But it wasn't that kind of show. But they do these things, they groom you, and lots of times, even if it's something that a young man may feel that it's not a pleasurable thing or whatever, the thing is, you got to understand, and this is something in my private study of sexuality, because my rap sheet people know, that first thing of pleasure you felt, no matter what it was, you never forget it. And usually we go back to that, whatever it may be. And this is how fetishes are created, right? Little things, I mean, I'm talking to different people that I know, and we talk about little things we like intimately and whatnot. And we all have those things, whatever. And I was never molested by no man, but my older cousin, female in her 30s, I've told the story. I'm not going to get into detail. I'll have another private show or something like that. I'm 5 years old, and she had me going down on her. It didn't make me like, oh my God, I'm shut down. It made me wild. And the hormones started hitting. So I had no problem with that. Even beyond, or your girlfriend too. Come on, come over here. So people that I've talked to, not just in the jail, but people who opened up to me, they would tell me that there were gay dudes that I knew. I'm not saying that because they hate when people say that, well, I'm not gay because I was molested. I was never molested. Okay, whatever, something along the way, But I would talk to them, and a lot of them, this one guy knew he had an uncle who was having him do stuff to him, but he started doing stuff back then, and his mind rejected it, but it still felt good to him physically. Yeah. And it was easy for him to continue this. He put it out of his head. He tried to, but it bugged him. He tried to get with women, but it bugged him. So that phase before the concrete mold is hardened. Like you put out concrete on the sidewalk and you got to stand in the window, stand in the front because little kids come by and put their feet in it, take their finger and put their name in it. Exactly. So these older dudes, that's how they do. But it leaves an indelible mark on your psyche. And women that I've dealt with that were molested by other women. So we talk about the same sex thing. We know that men do things to young girls and it helps to mold their mind. But I know plenty of women who they struggle with the bisexuality. They don't want to be that way, but they struggle with it. And when they get into things, they enjoy it.
True.
You know what I mean?
Well, you know, Brother Lance, the human mind is extremely flexible and extremely inventive. And that's the thing. Like, I'm a firm believer that I noticed that most people who are happy in life tend to be people who live balanced lives. And it's not so much about the intellect and logic and reasoning, and it's not so much about emotions, but it's about finding that balance between the two. Because you know, you have people like people who just depend completely on intellect. You see them, they have problems. People like Ayn Rand and objectivism. And, you know, the only thing that matters is reason and logic and all. That's it. And these same people, you find out they had problems, just like Mensa. You know, he was the same way. He depended so much on logic and reason. That stuff will destroy you. And just like the other side, the other side of that spectrum is the person who just depends purely on emotions without using any kind of logic, fact, and reason.
You got to have the balance. That has helped to bring me through. There are times when I was in circumstances where I got very angry, whatever, but I'm a dynamo. I have the emotional, but I have the mind to balance it out.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like if you don't have that balance, you're like a 5.0 Mustang driving on tires that are unaligned. You know what I mean?
Right. Like
the tires are wobbling.
Sitting on cedar blocks. You ain't going nowhere.
For real.
So I'm saying that, you know, I'm just saying that because I'm going back to the whole drug thing. People who use drugs are not bad people because they are trying to find a sensation that they normally don't get when they're sober. But the problem is when it becomes such addictions that it's what it does to affect other people around them. Like if they got to steal, if they got to lie, if they got to cheat just to support their high, that's when it becomes a problem, when it starts affecting other people.
Right. And also, I just want to say real quick, also the guilt that comes from doing things that they never thought would be part of their character. So now they plunge themselves more into escapism. But go ahead, brother.
That's true. That's true. Well, I was just as you were saying that, I was watching a brother on YouTube about 10 years ago, and he said something that really shocked me. He talked about there should be a space for people who have been sexually abused as youth or whatever the case may be, which I agree with. But he said something that struck me as odd. He said there also should be a space for the abuser.
Wow.
And I said, that's weird, because I never heard nobody say nothing like that. But he never really expounded on what he meant. But this is what I think where he was really going with it. He just didn't say it. You have people, when you talked about that first, when that first experience from even though it's perverted, but from a sexual perspective, it's one of those cases of the abuser, the abused falling in love with the abuser.
Yes.
And I think that's what he said without saying it. Because the way he said it, he said there should be a space for the abused and there should be a space for the abuser. And I said, well, that's odd.
Right.
But we're talking about human nature. We're talking about things that people are dealing with on a daily basis. The psychology.
Yes.
Human psychology.
Exactly. And with all of this stimulation, with all of the stimulation, the sexual stuff and stuff put out there, the being bombarded with stuff. I mean, you know, like I said before, I think it was the other night, I said, you know, you had your hands on a magazine and you were a young guy and you found the older brother's magazine, or one guy got a chicken like this. That thing hit you so hard. Now you can get on a phone and scroll and go to these sites and see anything you want to see. from young,
Anything.
anything.
You know, I mean, let's be honest. We all were young preteens and teens. You know, your partner, he bring the Hustler magazine or the whatever,
Exactly,
and then
exactly.
he give it to you. You hold it for a couple of days, and then he
Right,
comes to your house
right.
knocking on your door, and then you
Yeah,
got to
give me
stuff the
back.
magazine down in your pants so your parents don't see you. So you take it to the front door and you hand it to him.
But wait,
You
wait.
hopefully
I gotta tell
nobody's
you.
looking because
No,
he
but
want his
look, I gotta
magazine.
tell you. I gotta tell you what happened to me. Me and my friend Carlos, we were skateboarding. When was this? This was back. It had to be back in '76 when I was
Mm-hmm.
13 in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of kids into the skateboard, and I was in it too. Unicycle and the skateboard. So here I
Mm-hmm.
am. Here we both are coming back to our block. We lived on 134th Street. He was across the street between 105 and 107 Avenue. We were coming down the hill from 109 to 107 to go to our block. So I see that there's a house that's empty because we can see inside of it and everything. And before, it was like a couple of days before, people were living there. So we saw this garbage outside.
Mm-hmm.
And so we saw a magazine fly out into the street. And I think,
it
wait
just
now.
jumped up. It just jumped out of nowhere.
Man,
So
we
here I
both,
am, guys. Hey
exactly.
guys, come
We wouldn't
over
have
here.
noticed anything. We wouldn't have
Come over
noticed
here.
anything at all. Yeah. So I'm thinking it was a comic book because I saw it was colorful. It was a
Mm-hmm.
little bigger than a comic book. So I said, let's go check this out. Looks like it's comics. 3 more fell out, and I saw a page with a big titty. Man, we were
Mm-hmm.
skateboarding so fast to get that magazine. So
Mm-hmm.
when we were there, we saw about maybe 12 milk crates of
Mm-hmm.
pornographic material. We're not talking about Playboy or Penthouse. Man, there were some
What?
magazine names and some of the ones you buy that are so thick and every page was glossy, hardcore stuff. We looked at each
Mm-hmm.
other, we covered everything up, and we said, when it gets dark, we coming down here, we gonna help each
We're
other
coming back to
bring
get it.
these magazines home. So his house was closer because we had to cross over 107th Avenue. His house was a little down. He was 105.50. I was 105.35. I was on the odd side of the street. He was on the even side. So the plan was wait till his folks about to go to sleep. Same thing with me. And we're going to go down there and get these crates. So he's holding the little handle on one little opening and the other. So we got 6 by him. And he'll say, man, I'm feeling tired. I said, nah, man, you're going to help me get these magazines in this house because we have to walk up the block a little bit. So we
Right.
brought them by my house, put it in the yard. And so my mother was like, what you and Carlos doing? I saw you in the block. I said, oh, no, we had to bring something up, from down the block. That was made up a story. And so he said, my mother, she said, I thought I saw you bring it. I said, no. There's a little thing with some things in there, a couple books I wanted to read.
Some Marvel
But she
comics.
couldn't see. Yeah, right? I already had so many comic books. And so after this, my love for comic books was kind of diminishing. So I took my
Say, I got a new attitude.
immediately. I didn't care about the next issue of Spider-Man. I didn't care about the next issue of the Fantastic Four. I'm checking
Say
out the Fantastic Whores. So
She-Hulk this.
exactly, right? So I thought I was slick. I lifted up the box spring. I lifted up the mattress. I'm in the room at night, and I put these 6 crates under it, and my bed
God.
was like about half a foot higher. And so the covers and the spread that was perfect for that bed, I had to, because the bed was next to a wall, I had to pull it toward me so that it went down even with the ground again. But my bed was high. So my mother never barged in the room, and she was, I never locked the door. It was always unlocked, but they would always knock, are you dressed? Can I come in? Even though they know they can barge in as a parent, but they taught me boundaries and different things. And so I thought she never knew. Now that summer, I used to go out and have to sneak back in. Because I didn't want to play football or basketball or whatever no more. I wanted to stay inside and look at these hardcore magazines. I'm talking about they had some European names, some black magazines. I'm talking about the hardcore stuff, not just women posing, but actually this was modern day porn, but in book form. And so I'm looking at the ads in the back. I'm like, what is a fetish? You know what I mean? I didn't know how to say it. Right? What is this?
A fetish.
A fetish, yeah. I'm like, what
it's
is
fetish?
Because I'm telling my friends. Exactly. I'm telling my friends about it. Yo, they got a thing called a fetish, man. It's some weird stuff. But later on, as I got older, I started having my little fetishes, right? So
right.
It was a whole new world of stuff, terminology, seeing what people do. And yeah, I ain't gonna lie, the Vaseline didn't last in the house.
Where's all my Vaseline gone? And where's Lance?
Family size.
Where's Lamps?
Jack Griffin always sneaks up on me when I'm telling my dirt in the chat. Jack Griffin, man, I gotta tell the truth.
Well, you know what, Lance? To add to that, I remember like back in the early '80s, a friend of mine's. It might have been another person, but we were walking past an alley, and there was a big dumpster, and we saw like a cardboard box. And something told us to go over there and buy the cardboard box. So we went over it, and we opened it up because it looked weird just sitting there by a dumpster instead of somebody opening it up and throwing it in. It was, you remember those 8mm films that had no audio?
Yes.
You had to put it on the reel-to-reel. It was a bunch of boxes. So you know what we did? We went home. I had the Viewmaster viewer. You remember that? When you put the little thing in and you turn it like that, you face it towards the light. So what we did, we had the Viewmaster viewer, and we took a piece of the film, the 8mm film, stuck it in the Viewmaster viewer, and was just looking. Because we didn't have a projector to play it.
Right.
So we looked at it because it magnifies in the inside. So we had that Viewmaster viewer looking at it, the film, the 8mm black and white, 8mm black and white film in the Viewmaster viewer. Because we didn't have a projector where we could, play it, run it like that.
You know
Somebody just threw a whole box of that stuff away on those little reels.
It'd be very difficult to masturbate with all that action going on. You're going to turn the thing.
You say, hey, man, now hold this. Now, hold on, man. Just grab it. Man, hold on. Take the film and put it in there. Now, I got to... Because you couldn't really, you didn't have the view. When you put the Viewmaster viewer, the sliding disc in, you have to click it, right? So it turns.
Right.
But in this case, there's nothing to click. So we just had to stick it in and look up at the light and see it, with on the, you had to one-eye it, almost.
Right. Yeah, I heard when I heard that the wild the other was closed. No, I know.
we used to be like, man, that was like our introduction to that kind of thing. And somebody, like you said, their uncle might have had a stack of magazines, and the guy run into the house. He said, yeah, man, my uncle got a new magazine, the new latest edition. And it takes him 30 minutes to go in there and get it, because he got to go get it, and he got to walk through his parents and uncles and aunts and all just to get to the front door.
Funny?
Yeah. Right. What's that sticking out your t-shirt?
Exactly. Brother, you fell off for a second.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you're still here? Okay, it blanked out for a second and came back on the screen. I was like, okay. So that stuff blasts your brain.
Yeah.
And so things happened to me from when I was young, and then I found that Miss September magazine in 1973 that was softcore, and to see this so clearly, the world looked different to me. I'm walking down the street. I'm not innocent no more.
Mm-hmm.
I was different. I'd sneak out the house. You going outside to play? Yeah, I'm going outside. I leave the window cracked. I climb through the window. I wouldn't even come through the door. I'd be in the room all quiet. Friends come. You ain't coming out? No, man, get out of here. What you in there doing? Don't worry about it. I don't feel too good today.
But you know what, Lance? I think one of the difference back then is that like you said, the 70s and the 80s, everything was kind of like separate. Like the
Yes.
adult material, it was like, okay, if you're into butts, or if you into breasts,
Right.
if you or you had
Right.
your stars, like you had your stars like of those eras.
Vanessa Del
Now
Rio.
it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, Vanessa Del Rio and all the I remember back in the 90s, a friend of mine's, when I was in college at the time, there was what's the star? What's her name? I can see her face, but I forgot her name. She was in town because
Oh
these
God.
women, these porn stars used to go to these college towns, and they go to like you'll see
Exactly.
them down at Jay's Bar and Grill, and she'll be signing
Right.
autograph and giving
Right. You're paid to
signing
be there.
T-shirts and stuff like that.
Right.
And a
Right.
friend of mine said he was going down there to see this star, and I had heard about her before, but okay, I was like, oh well, if you go down there, just let me know how it goes or what she say, when you talk to her. Now it's like you have these conventions, and all these guys are trying to run down there and see their favorite adult star.
Exactly.
And I said, man, these women they don't give, excuse my, to SHIT about you.
They don't.
I mean,
But
they don't care about you.
See, the fantasy, the bonding with something that is not even paying you no mind, because that's a business. It's transactional. And like I was telling somebody else, how, because most people know on the show that I was driving
Christy Cannon. Christy Cannon, that was her name. Christy Cannon.
Yeah. And I ran into a young lady who needed a lift back to Jersey. I was tired, but we grew up together. She's a couple years younger than me. And I found out that she was stripping. I went out there, took her out there. She said she's going to pay me. I haven't talked to her for a while. And it didn't bedazzle me. When I got out there, I had to wait. It was cold. I came inside. The other girls saw me and, oh, you got to ride. Come. Can I ride with you? I'll pay you. So I'm dropping off people in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, and the one who lived on my block. So since I was trustworthy, right, they wanted to utilize me again. Because, you have a cab driver that drives them home and they see where they're coming out of and they know what they do. And that cab driver, he might be from Sierra Leone or Haiti or something. He drives up the next day in the morning time. You with your mama and your daughter going shopping, and he's, get out of here with that.
Is that the one you said? You said she felt safe around you?
Yes. There was one there. I forgot her stage name, but I know her real name. I'm not gonna put it out there. And we had what most would think was a strange relationship, because I was like, I'm not gonna say a father figure, but I was like an uncle figure, because I had been so wild myself and knew a lot of things on an emotional level and different things, and that wasn't judgmental in riding some of these females, which it got to the point where I would take them to North Carolina or Boston or Jersey or Pennsylvania, and we'd stay for a week. And since I was driving, and they paid me straight up, they fed me, paid me. A lot of times I didn't say, oh, I have to have a separate hotel room. They didn't care. I saw them on stage. I saw them having sex with people, which they called VIPing. So I'm in there with them. I'm like, I crash on the couch, and some of them are like doing stuff with each other. And I'm like, nah, it's okay. I might have watched a little bit, but I'm saying, hey, come to control with that, right? I'm still a man. So there are several of them that were very immature, and there were several of them that were very mature, and we got into deep discussions. And they're like, wow, And so to get into those deep discussions, they really trusted me. And this one that I'm talking about, she was like the best one that everybody loved. And she had been in this thing for a long time. And like we said about the porn, how they feel about them, that's what made me stoke the thought for me to say this, is that at the time, I don't know if they still have it. I doubt if they still have it, because the magazine industry really sunk, especially when it was like a second-rate magazine. But they had one called Black Tail. And amongst the strippers in New York City at the time, in the mid-90s, maybe a little before, Black Tail magazine is something that, if you're doing that, you wanted to be featured in that magazine. And why? You can charge more for what you do on the dance floor, or VIP, and basically prostitution. Why? Because Black
the circulation
Tail was in the prisons. They allowed it. So you might have had a dude who was in love with you from a magazine spread that you did 5 years ago, and he's utilizing the lotion every night, and he's falling in love with you for whatever odd reason. He might switch a rule with another magazine and cheat on you, but you're the one. So now he gets on. Now he gets out of prison, and of course, a lot of them didn't have a woman waiting for them, and they see about the strip joints got popular back then. They were always there, but like around the mid-90s at the time, the music and the culture, New York City, and I'm quite sure in other states and other major cities. So these guys would come out and see that woman that they ejected gallons of baby juice watching in the magazine while they did. So they were transfixed. They were like a deer in the headlight. And when the girl would come around, this guy was like, I'll give you any amount of money. And it happened to be a drug dealer. He had a lot of money. She's going to go with him. And then he would always come around or try to have a private relationship with her. A lot of times they wouldn't do that, but their mind was blasted because they became what you wanted them to be in your mind. Meanwhile, they're doing this for money. Meanwhile, they ain't thinking about you. You know what I mean? Unless you're some mega multi-millionaire and they're just going to come around you for the money. But these guys would fall serious. I can't even say love because we know that's what it is. Lust and they thought it was love. Right. So this young lady who I was very close with is several times, and to be honest, I'm not gonna lie about it. If I was getting her, I was getting her. If I wasn't, I wasn't. We never had sex. She got so tired because see, she was in her early 30s and considered old in that game, right? Because dudes were looking for young meat. But she kept herself a certain way, and she had a very distinctive look, and she had a very nice body. I'm not saying it in a lust way, but she was put together beautifully for a black woman, right? And when I say for a black woman, it's not like black women don't have the shapes. I'm saying like she was above and beyond, and she kept herself. She lived very clean. She had a daughter, and she was put into private school, and the daughter also had some type of medical, no, not life-threatening, but something that took a lot of money. She was in the medical industry, but she did this to supplement, and she had to make a decision because her face was out there. And the internet was around, but not like it is now. But her face was out there. She's in magazines, and there was a high demand for her. And she really got tired of going through this whole thing with these men. She was having sex with them lots of times at the bachelor parties. I was there. I was waiting for them. And if there was 4 girls dancing, it was like, okay, the guys throwing money at them, or they'd hand me the money, or I'd pick it up, I say, okay, this is your pocket, this is your pocket, this is your pocket. You know what I mean? They knew I was going to take from them. So the dudes on the side, hey man, what's going on, man? You they pimp? Like, no, I'm not their pimp, man. I'm just a driver. Come on, man. Look how you cock diesel.
I'm the bodyguard. I'm the muscle.
Right. I didn't want to put myself in that position because these dudes were drunk and high and whatever. But I said, no, and even they would say it. But I saw how over the months, and I kind of did this like a year and a half. It kind of fell off after that. But how she was looking and feeling, and we would talk, and she's like, okay, let's drop everybody else off first. And I had a van that, Sir Lance written across the back, and it was a nice new van, rims, neon lights and candy in the front of the bowl. It was pimped out. People loved to ride with me. So if I parked it, people saw my van. And they knew who she was. My van was parked in front of the house with that woman with that perfect backside, pretty and shapely and no body fat. So, oh man, Lance, I know what you doing up in there, man. I know you tearing that, man. I'm like, no, it's not like that. And after a while, I said, man, if you think that, go ahead. She would talk to me about things in her life, trauma in her life, and her self-worth and value started to deteriorate. I didn't know her that long, but she was telling me this because she had it going on with a good job, but she was making more money doing the other thing. And she was struggling because she was considering doing it full time, but she knew her time was soon up. And because the men only wanted her for one thing, I saw what she had, but she had a heck of a mind and good conversationalist. And her fetish, I'll say it this way, was to be in a lingerie and have me come over, sit on the couch with her. She'd sip a little wine. Maybe I'd sip a little bit, but I don't really drink. And sit up and talk. And most of the time, she wanted me to hold her while she cried.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't there something? And we went deep. So I don't want to hurt nobody. You know what I mean? And she would turn into this little girl.
You wouldn't want anybody to do that to you.
Exactly. And there were times when, see, sometimes we gravitate toward people that we don't know why, for different reasons. Now, I'm not talking about no sex or whatever, but just different reasons. Like I gotta be cool with this person. I want to know this person. When it's a dude that ain't no homo, but it's like, yo, you're a cool dude, man. Like when you were like 13, 14, and you see some dude who's in his late teens, whatever, it's like, man, I want to be like him. Or a woman, it's like, it's not sex, or maybe it might be a little sex in there, but it's something else. The energy, the vibration. And whatever I was to her, it filled her gaps.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because really and truly, there are women and men who confided me with a lot of stuff. Like just normal, like listening to these shows, like, man, I was gonna tell you something, man. I know you're not gonna spill it. You know what I mean? I don't, you know, I'm not gonna tell nothing. Dudes and some women have some things that they're struggling with, and not all the time, but they say, man, the way you talk, you so real, whatever. I'm not trying to put myself out there where, I mean, I don't mind it. I'm not gonna be a fake. I'm gonna tell it. I'm gonna be honest, and I'm honest with people. So one guy's, man, you should charge. And I said, man, I'm not really, you know, it's human to human, and it helps purge me of the things that I have done in the past. And, you know, if I could just help out a little bit. Because there are people out here who are hurting. In the society the way it is now, when you say to somebody, hey, man, how you doing? Now, if it's somebody close, I'm not going to tell a stranger I don't even know, well, you know, I got this issue and I got this issue. But people don't really open up to say, can I talk with you? Or there's something I want to talk about. I just want you to listen. You got to be considerate of people. And sometimes they could be a a-hole sometimes that you don't even know, or you might know, you don't know what they're going through. You see, most of us assess and or judge the world and the individuals in it by the state of our own mind. Good people who wouldn't lie on anybody or say anything bad, they're not going to do anything, and they busy gossiping about you and putting your name in the dirt. You know, just because you don't steal or you see money fall out of a pocket of a person and you, and you give it back to them, that doesn't mean the person who's acting nice with you is not going to do the same thing. You see what I mean? So we judge this. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say, Lance, because I'm absorbing what you're saying. I think like we are both past middle age. And I think that if you could put us in a time machine and take us back to the 60s, the 70s, or the 80s, we would go back. But the only problem is we would feel out of place. Because all these experiences that we have had over the years was meant to prepare us for today. And nobody's saying that these women out here on OnlyFans and on these adult sites, we're not saying that they're bad people.
Right.
You know, it's one of these kind of situations. I mean, everything happens for a reason, but one of the reasons why OnlyFans can these OnlyFans making $20,000 a month, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, because males patronize it. And if males didn't patronize it, it wouldn't last. But you know, like as a father and as an uncle of males, I would tell them, don't waste your money on that stuff. Because if you want to be honest, most of that stuff out here you can get for free. You don't have to pay for that stuff.
But see. Okay, here's another aspect. And
I'm not telling them to do that. I'm not telling them to go out there and do it. I'm just saying.
Right.
It's there.
Hey, girl, Debo's told me to go try to hit you up. You know what I'm saying? So I can say I can spend the money on you and get sex with you.
I didn't tell you. I feel like, man, I didn't tell you to do that. That's a disclaimer. I'm gonna file a disclaimer. I'm saying, hey, I'm not telling people to do that.
Exactly.
I'm saying it's so saturated today than it was 20 or 30 years ago when the internet first started back in the mid 90s. It's so saturated that it's out there for free.
Well, see, here's the thing. You know, me having traveled different aspects of that adult world. And I got to bring back that interview I did with Kelly Everts. I don't know if you see her, you'll know her. Kelly Everts is the woman who said on Donahue and Tom Snyder and different shows back in the 80s that she was stripping for God. I don't know if you remember that. I stripped for God. And she had these big breasts.
Whatever happened to the titty preacher? You remember her?
Oh, online, the black woman. Yeah.
Whatever happened with her?
I'm gonna Google her. I gotta find her, right? She was.
I couldn't believe it.
You know, no, that was interesting because she kept a straight face and she was really preaching the word, but the titties were out
with areolas all over the place.
Yeah, areolas peeking. Yeah, exactly. The sunset.
Yeah, they were peeking
on the horizon.
They were peeking out at you.
Yeah, but that's
I remember her.
Though. Yeah,
I remember her. I was like, "Is she serious? This got to be this is a joke, right?" I was like, "This is a joke, right?"
But if you listen to her and didn't have the screen on, you're like, okay, this is a regular sermon or whatever. But you saw this thing. How about the woman who? What is her name? Somebody sent this to me now. She keep popping up in my algorithms. And I can't like get on YouTube with somebody behind me that don't know me because they're gonna see her on there. Like I'm looking at her. She's got to be like, and we don't know. She's got to be in her 50s or 60s because you know, people sometimes don't take care of their bodies, and she really did.
Yeah.
She's straight down with cellulite all up from the ankles up to the hips. She wears thongs and stuff where her little areolas, not little, big. I mean, her areolas like frisbees, man. They're huge. I'm like, the breasts are huge. And she has a straight face cooking stuff. Today we're gonna do a pot roast and whatever, but it looks foolish because, you know, we all get older and our bodies, you know, but you can't even say like, man, back in the day, you know, I can see when she was really a good looking woman because she still looks good.
Right.
She's older. Nah. I'm like, what possess? And she's showing her face, her kitchen. I think she lives in Tampa, Florida, somewhere, whatever.
Right.
So she gets a lot of hits. And see, here's the thing, going back to what we were talking about. A lot of the guys, and I've had countless hours speaking with people who made movies, not big stars. I mean, I met Vanessa Del Rio. I met Nina Hartley. She actually gave me her number, right?
Did she have cancer, Vanessa? Did she have cancer or something like that?
I think so. I think she had, yeah. I think she's still alive and everything. And her and Nina Hartley were good friends. Vanessa Del Rio used to train at a gym on, oh God, I keep forgetting the name now. Better Bodies Gym. And it was owned by Brian Moss. That was one gym I never had a free membership to because I never represented this gym in competition. But a lot of guys that I know were there. And then when I was in Midtown Manhattan, I'd slip down and go there. They also had a club nearby. I believe it was on the same block named Danceteria. And my friend who worked in one of the peep shows also was doing bouncing there. And I'd go say hi to him and I'd come in for free. I wasn't going to be in the club to go hang out. It's just I'm talking with him. So I went up to a Better Bodies and they let me in. I wasn't training. No, you can go in. But I know if I started training, I say, hey, man, you got to pay. But there was a guy named Mike. I didn't know him really good, but he knew all the guys that I knew. And I was going to wait for one of the guys to finish his workout. I didn't know he was there. I said, oh, man, I'll wait for you because we're in Manhattan. We can hang out. So I went and stood by the counter. And there's a young lady who was with, who married Jean-Claude Van Damme, Gladys Portuguese.
Yeah, she was a bodybuilder, right?
Yes, and we went to the same high school art design.
Yeah, she was pretty decent. She was pretty decent, a bodybuilder too.
Oh yeah. She was natural. So I'm standing by the counter. I think I was talking with her, and there was this woman standing next to me, with these dark glasses on and this big fur coat. And it wasn't really super cold outside. I think it was like the fall. So in my mind, I'm like, who's this lady standing next to me? Whatever, you know? And Mike came out and he's like, okay, you know, goodbye, everybody. And he would give me the nod because I didn't really know this guy. And he grabbed the arm, like arm in arm, and they walked off. And so one of the dudes was like, you know, that was Vanessa Del Rio. I was like, yo, you know what I mean? Like, for real? Standing next to me for about 15, 20 minutes. She wasn't bad or evil or whatever, but she
were they dating or were they married?
No, they weren't married. They weren't married.
Okay.
And I would see them all the time then. You know, I would see them like in Manhattan. Like I was always in Manhattan late, hanging out, whatever, you know, eating sushi. But my thing is that with her, with a lot of other women who are in an industry, it is definitely an imbalance when you know that men are looking at you as an object. You meet some nice people, but the bottom line, they're there because of that. And with the men, right? And my theory on why they're so into OnlyFans and platforms like that is because you can get what you want without being embarrassed and having to open up. Because a lot of men, they're not going to open up sexually. They'll think they're things. And they're having sex. You know, I always make a joke. These are the kind of guys that are anal retentive. And I don't mean actually like playing around back there, but that anal retentive personality. And these are the guys who can't open up to the point where they never even open their mouth when they have sex. Like they're breathing, they keep their mouth closed, and all you hear is the nostrils. You know what I mean? Like they can't open up and let go.
No, Lance, you just hit on a real good point. So are you saying that when you said they can't open up, you mean like when they're in bed with the female, they can't tell her what they enjoy, what they expect from her?
No,
and
they can't.
What,
there are a lot of women like that too.
You said what now?
There's a lot of women like that too.
That they're afraid to say, they're afraid to say, okay, this is the kind of foreplay I like before the actual sex.
Right. But a lot of people don't. They're not going to do that because of their upbringing, shame. They're not going to do it. So even in my past, you know, I got a big mouth. I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm going to say certain things. I'm not going to tell you, you have to do this. I don't walk around with a ready-made template of you have to do this and whatever. But if they're open in a way, or I say, hey, listen, I enjoy this, I enjoy that, I'm enjoy it anyway, whether I tell you anything or not. But
now we're talking about people that's not married. We're not talking about married couples.
Right. Married couples too. For years they're having sex and they're thinking thoughts about other things they never talk about. And see, remember, I used to throw those parties. And I know a lot of people in that world. And there's a lot of people who they gotta be with other people. And I'm talking about these are swingers. They go and they'll freak off with somebody else and be uninhibited, but they can't be with their own partner that way.
Right. I can understand that. I can see that. I can definitely see that. When you start talking about swingers and stuff like that, I can definitely see where that could be an issue, because I'm the kind of person, when you talk about these people in adult entertainment, particularly the women, I would love to be like in a room like a psychiatrist is talking to them on the couch, and I'm off like in the corner and I'm just listening to the conversation to understand what's deeply going on in the recesses of this person's mind. We know there's a monetary aspect of it because they're not doing it for free. Right. But what's really like psychologically, what's really going on with this person in their minds? A woman to make men, and I'm not trying to be too graphic, but it's like 20 guys in the room, and they use her as a dumpster. What's really going on in her psychologically in her mind? Because most of these men, I would say, ladies, here's a news flash. Most of these kind of men, they hate women.
Yes. Yes. Let me tell you something. And you can get graphic. I mean, you're not a graphic kind of guy, but we got to say what we have to say because there are people listening to this, right? They're here because they want to be. But there was a club. What was the club's name? It was actually on the same block as Danceteria and Better Bodies. And I was always nosy. And I got a photographic memory. This was May of 1983. I was 20 years old. And by the time I was 21, I had hit every adult club, like open swingers and stuff. I wanted to see what was going on in these places, right? So I remember telling my friend who was on the show last night, Angela, I said, man, come on, Angela, come with me, come with me. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of that. Man, I'm going anyway. He was the first one calling me in the morning time. So what happened? What did you see? So I go to this place, and I'll never forget it. It was a woman who looked like a young Hillary Clinton.
Uh-oh.
And there was a chair with the back broke out. Yeah, I'm telling you, right? I could never look at her the same. But this woman, it was like a chair that would be like by a desk or something, just 4 legs and was kind of small, but the back part was out. And she was on her knees with a mini skirt on, a blouse that was open, but she was face down and blindfolded and had her arms, her wrists tied behind her. It was very uncomfortable looking. But the husband, it was almost, he might as well have said, hurry, hurry, step right up, you know, like a circus or something. Because he called all kind of names. How many guys want to dump a load in this bitch, this cum slut, this whatever? This was his wife.
Yeah.
Dudes lined up. There might have been 15 of them. Because on this particular night, they allowed single men to go in. Most of the time, with adult sexual type clubs, it's couples and single women only. That keeps the ratio of men to women even. And they don't mind extra women because a lot of the women are bisexual and will do stuff with each other. And that's an attracted to a couple to want to go there because they got single women because if they want to try a threesome or meet somebody that way. Because when you find somebody like that in that world, it's called a unicorn. And the unicorn don't exist, but you can find situations which are close to it, but that's a whole different subject. So this guy is like Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus, man. Hurry, hurry. And these dudes, a tall Middle Eastern dude with hung down to his knee, a little short Korean dude, a couple of white boys and some black dudes. And she took it. Now, this is what got me. Because see, I would go in these places to be a psychoanalyst and just, my thing is, even when I threw my own parties, what makes these people tick? Why do they do the things that they do by themselves or as a couple? And this Hillary Clinton lookalike had a skirt up around her waist. Dudes were getting behind her. And they weren't even, like, it was okay to be a 2-minute brother because you had 12, 15 guys behind you.
Right.
But the first guy, okay, you did it. But by the time it got to even the third, fourth, no, about the 7th or 8th guy, wouldn't you know, her knees, she was kneeling in a puddle of mixed seed. I'll put it that way.
Wow. Wow.
And some guys went back for seconds.
Wow.
And they were going up in her. That is kind of subconsciously gay to me.
No protection.
And no protection.
Wow.
And all the while he was demeaning her, like just the worst things you can say. And the funny part about it is later on in the night, because I didn't stay all night, but I was amazed at what I saw. When I saw them walk out, they were walking out arm in arm. They were both smiling. Before they left, they waved at everybody. Mwah! They kissed each other and walked out the door. I'm like, what the hell kind of thing is this?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you know what they say, Lance, birds of a feather.
There you go. Because there are women who want to be in a demeaning situation. Maybe not publicly with other people.
Right. Because that's more like a controlled situation. Because even though he's demeaning, she's demeaning her and she's disrespecting herself, is still in a controlled situation compared to maybe her being somewhere in somebody's basement and 15 to 20 guys just doing whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because we got people who love to give pain, and we have people out here who love to receive it.
Yeah, yeah.
And if a baby can come down that canal, well,
exactly. You know, if a baby come out, you know, come on now. So these dudes who are hungry, they're doing something. It's like you ain't really doing nothing. You know what I mean?
But not really. Can you hear that? The fireworks?
Oh, yeah, I can hear it. you know, I forgot it was the 4th of July.
Yeah.
I'm in Ghana, so I don't hear nothing about that. But when they have their holidays, they blow off fireworks out here. And
Let me close this window right quick. You just keep talking.
yeah, take your time. I'll just keep talking. Yeah. So I learned a lot about these different types of people and what makes them tick. There are still some people to this day, I think it was very bizarre. I still haven't figured it out. It's like a Rubik's Cube. Most people are not going to figure that thing out. But I understand that going back to those who repress their sexuality, it doesn't mean you're not going there with a bullhorn. Hey, honey, I want you to do this and wear this and whatever, you know? But those fetishes are formed. They're formed by things that happen to you that maybe when it happened, it might have been minor, but it titillated you for whatever reason. Because on a sexual level, when you peel back layers, it's like an onion. There's another layer, another layer, another layer. And it's diminishing returns. You just can't get to the end. But when we psychoanalyze our own selves, like, why do I like this? I mean, I have no problem with the things I like to do because there ain't nothing weird. Mm-hmm. It's different, but it's creative, but it's not like I'm pounding my head. Oh my God, I got a problem. I like this. You know what I mean? Well, I like to suck women's toes after they step on roaches. That's weird to me. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy.
I learned about women. I learned about women watching Benny Hill as a little kid growing up.
Yeah.
You see, I'm like, wow.
I never missed the episode.
Women are like, because see, I grew up in a very conservative household. So when I saw the women walking around in bikinis and he chasing them and they chasing, I'm like, wow, there's women like this. I'm like, wow. Especially the reruns. We used to tune in, you know. So
look at Love American Style. Love American Style.
American Style.
It's me.
That was the prerequisite. That was the prerequisite to the Happy Days. You remember that?
Exactly. It is something. Wow.
And also, I got to give it to Three's Company.
Oh yeah, that's knock on my door. Hey, that was a highly charged.
Especially Suzanne Summers, not Suzanne Summers, but DeWitt, Joyce DeWitt. Right. That woman, especially when she put on them tight jeans, I was like, wow.
Yeah, she had that weight on her. Yeah. And the thing
she was like the Jennifer Lopez of that time, but in Hollywood, they were more concerned about blondes, like the woman that was married to Lee Majors, Farrah Fawcett, and Suzanne Summers. They were like, if you were blonde, you were the stuff in the 70s. But it wasn't until
they pushed that.
Yeah, they pushed that real hard,
big time. So almost, I used to call it. Not at the time, but as I got older, I said, Three's Company, Benny Hill, that was kindergarten porn. Like, you can watch that and laugh at the jokes when your parents were close by and act like you weren't looking at them breasts and the thighs and the short skirts.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You could act like you were laughing at the man who got hit behind the head, the old man. It's like
smacking him on the back of the head and all this stuff.
Exactly. At the end, they're running around real fast.
Right.
You weren't looking at it just for that. The jokes are funny now. You know what I mean? And it's funny because Benny Hill was gay.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah,
I've heard that before.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
Wow.
And that, but he was, not to go off the subject, but he was a genius. From a comic perspective, he knew. I mean, he used to do the little rhymes. He would do the little skits. He had the women do the dancers. He had the singers. He mixed it up just enough to where it was a little bit something in it for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You see, whereas compared to like somebody like Red Fox was more like he was just straight more stand up that made his way to television.
Exactly.
At that time, they were. Oh yeah, he was.
Yep. I remember finding the albums and stuff like that. My brother had the albums and stuff. And what was it? Rudy Ray Moore.
Oh,
and there was,
I remember that.
There was one. It was one
Leroy and Skillet. Oh, okay. You're talking about because they had some records too.
See,
LaWanda
and there
Page.
was one. Yeah. She was a mess, and people don't realize it. There was one. I forgot whose album it was, but it was one where it's all women, And I remember it was and you could find it on YouTube. You could find it on YouTube, and it was the
it was Rudy Ray Moore.
Yeah. I think it was Rudy Ray Moore. International Whores Committee or Intimate Whores Union or something. And it was so funny because they were actually talking about the trials and tribulations of being a prostitute. And this woman was putting together this union, and they were agreeing with her. And it was so fun. It was actually comical. And this, what did she say? One of the hookers said in the background, "Yeah, honey, now that things are straight and things are in our favor, I'm gonna F-U-C-K so hard till I lose a titty." I don't know. That just cracked me up. I screamed on that one. Let me, as we talk, let me see if I can find it.
Well, you know, I remember going to the movies in the 70s and seeing Rudy Ray Moore, The Human Tornado, P.D. Wheatstraw. You know, because I was too young to see Superfly. Man, come to think about it, Lance, I remember when Star Wars first came out. When I went to go see Star Wars, we went to a drive-in theater. Remember when you could park the car out there on the big screen and put the little thing, the little speaker thing in your window and roll it up?
Wow. Yes,
man, those are not even around anymore.
Well, you know what? It would be a disaster every time. Be shootouts and fights and what you looking at and all of that stuff.
But that came later, though, right? Because I don't remember back in the 70s. I don't remember people shooting each other.
Right.
Breaking out.
No. I'm saying if they had that now. If they had that now.
No. Oh yeah. Oh shh. What, man? Why are you blocking the screen?
Right.
I'm trying to see the movie.
Some guy come over there and take a leak next to his woman and outside. What you doing, man? Get out of here with that.
Yeah.
How are people gonna get out of there like that? You know?
Yeah.
I found it. The International Whores Union. I found it. Rudy Ray Moore. And there's that.
So it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's one cut on this particular video because it was an album that I had, and whether it was my brother or a friend of his, they forgot about it, and I had it, so I was playing it for everybody. But I remember that it's quite nostalgic for me to run into this again because I found it one time before, and I saved it. But okay, let me see something here.
Well, you know, just like the magazines, my partner, he had the record, and I remember in our basement we used to have a phonograph. Remember the little phonograph with the speaker on the front? Yeah. And I remember me and my brother, we downstairs and we listening to Rudy Ray Moore's records on the phonograph. We just busting up laughing.
I just dropped it. In the chat room. It's right there. If you want to hear it, it's only 10 minutes, and they talk about. And I remember the song in the back. Doom 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 doom. It was so cool.
You know, they said he was gay too.
Oh my God! Nothing shocks me now. Nothing shocks me, especially these guys that portray themselves to be these super lovers and these alpha males and super lovers. I'm not saying everybody, but it'll surprise you when you really find out how much of that goes on and how much, you know, they're painted as this guy that has all these women and stuff, and you find out different.
Yeah.
Not in every situation, but nothing surprises me anymore. I mean, look at James Brown. He could have any woman he wanted. And him and Al Sharpton were the best of friends in a wayward way.
But they had
Why do you think Al Sharpton wears his hair like him? It's not just about respect, you know? And there was a famous. He said
that was his mentor.
Yeah,
And if you know the word mentor, the word mentor means that was a word that meant a man to take a boy under his wing to break him into that lifestyle. That's what that word. A lot of people don't know what that word means. The word mentor.
That's right. That's right.
He would say, "Yeah, he's my mentor."
I'm not saying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So that was his boy. That was his boy. Al Sharpton was involved in so many different kind of things and wearing wires and trying to go after mobsters and Don King. And, you know.
Do you remember when he fell out that chair?
Oh, you mean on what's the show?
Ennis pushed him and he fell in the back. He fell out.
Yeah,
that was funny though.
Big and fat. Well, you know, I was
back in that chair.
I was on Broadway. I was on Broadway at a Chinese restaurant. I think it was the same block that David Letterman's show was. It's like right next door. This back in 84. I'm sitting there. I'm eating this Chinese food. I was by myself. I used to hang out in the city by myself a lot too. And all of a sudden, I see this guy coming with a cowboy hat, big medallion, a big gut, like he was in his 3rd trimester of pregnancy. I looked, and Al Sharpton basically at that time was really local. He wasn't famous yet for the stuff that he did. And to me, he just came off as a whore. Like, whatever you want me to do, I'll do to the powers that be. I'm gonna be famous with, you know what I mean? And to me, you know, he's supposed to be this young preacher in the national youth movement. It was a local thing, but he got bigger and bigger. I'm not saying size-wise, it was already big, but I was like, wow. And he sat at the table next to mine. I looked at him real quick, just glanced, and he looked back at me. And, you know, now if I had my camera with me, and it was like, I mean, I don't really like the guy like that, but I would have tried to talk to him. Get that camera out of my face. I'm trying to eat. You know what I mean? So I left, and I was like, yeah. And people that I knew, I was like, yo, you know, Al Sharpton was at the Chinese restaurant. Who? Al who? He wasn't really a household name then, even in the city. Although he was known by many people. You know, he was coming up out the underworld. I mean, that what he was doing was, you know, and you know what? They erased a lot of stories about him off the internet, where they groomed him to try to run for mayor and legitimize him, you know? And I found it to be funny. Like, I mean, they didn't have the internet like that back then, but as it got popular and I got into things, as I got online in 2001 and started doing all this stuff, I'd see stuff. The other thing that I would see, a lot of stuff about Will and Jada. And I actually had a magazine. I forgot what magazine it was. It wasn't Ebony or anything like that. It was a magazine that's now defunct. And in the magazine, Will and Jada were talking about how they have an open marriage, they have an understanding, and they said it. They said it. And they didn't say the word swingers per se, but I think they did. But they did it in a roundabout way. Well, you might want to call us swingers, but we're not really that. We do have an understanding.
That's what open means. He said it without saying it.
Exactly. So I was kind of shocked because of how they put them out there at that time. This was back like 2001, 2002. 2000 was some magazine. And I wish I kept it, but you just can't find it. But the internet, you can scrub off stuff about people. Yeah. You know,
Lance, if you go back in history and if you look like back in the 30s and the 40s, you can do documentaries and research Hollywood, and you will see that historically Hollywood was a place where a bunch of people went who were degenerates. They were like, if you look into the history, if you're really honest, look into the history of Hollywood, you'll see that these were degenerate people, just like the old soap operas that was on the radio. Now I'm talking about before they went to television. And if you looked at the storyline, it says, okay, Mary is in love with Bill, but Bill is in love with John, but John is in love with Sarah, and that Sarah is in love with Mike, and Phil's baby is really Ted's baby. And you look at this stuff and you say, man, what the heck is this? But the soap companies, like the big soap company like Palmolive and all these other companies, they would run the commercials between the when they went to a break.
Right.
Because that's what they would call soap operas, because the soap company like Dial and all these other soap companies, they were paying for the ad space. And then after the commercial, they went back to the program and Mike, yes, I love you, but what about Bill? What does he think? Well, Steve and all this other stuff. And you start looking like, who really listens to this garbage? But eventually it made its way to television. Yes. Days of Our Lives, The Young and the Restless, As the World Turns. And it just made its way.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what's so funny? That the other morning, I don't really searching for, something has to really connect with me from my past or my lifeline or something I experienced for me to get a random video and look at it. Well, there's a video that I ran across 2 I think it was 2 days ago, and I got into it deep. It roped me in, and I'm like, I'm gonna drop the link right now, and I'm gonna tell you what it's about. It's right under the Horrors Union video, and basically the name of this thing is it's a black woman who's exposing Hollywood. I don't know what her whole channel's all about because I just watched this video. Her name is Ashley Says So, right? And the title of it is Bob Hope, Terrible Rumors and Conspiracies Tie Him with Joe Jackson. Shaking my head. Old Hollywood scandals. Yo, Bob Hope was the original P. Diddy. Now, there were rumors that he messed with men, and they didn't focus on that. But he ran through, while portraying himself as this Christian, family-loving man, wholesome. He was a narcissist to the max, and he was running through a lot of the big stars in Hollywood, and he got with this woman who, and she didn't say it graphically, but she said it in a way that you knew what it was, that Bob Hope could not be married. He got married, but he had to have it, and he got with this actress who not only let him have it right next to her, but she was partaking in the festivities also, which meant she was bisexual. And he liked that, and he demanded that, and he was doing it to the point where she was getting tired of it. And he said, well, listen, you can take a walk or whatever. This thing is like 25 minutes long. It starts out basic. Bob Hope was born this winter for a couple minutes, and then after that, it takes off. Now, I'm not worried about no Bob Hope, me, but it caught me. And then it tied them into, especially with Hollywood, Joe Jackson, Michael Jackson, Illuminati.
Yeah. I heard some things about Michael Jackson when he was a little boy, some things about him.
Yeah.
I remember Judge Joe Brown was talking about that, about some things about Michael, some things.
Wow.
Which I would be, because there was this brother. He said Judge Joe Brown said there was a brother. He was going to night school. He was a limousine driver, but he was going to night school to be a lawyer, and he used to drive these people around, these famous, people.
Wow.
And there were some things that would happen in limousines. I said, you all can go do the research. And Judge Joe Brown, because the man is in Hollywood, so it's not like he's some kind of outsider looking in to what's going on. He's there. So these people, I
interviewed him like
I heard the Reagans. I heard the Reagans would like that. They were like that, the husband and wife.
Yeah.
Because remember, they were actors, and he was actors in Hollywood before he became a politician.
So yeah, he was with that. But I interviewed him like 3 times. He came on the show, Judge Joe Brown.
Oh, the judge.
And so,
yeah.
It was weird because I had an old Twitter account that had like 32,000 followers, and it was weird because each one of my platforms that had good numbers, they're always shot down, right?
Yeah.
And that was shot down for hate speech that somebody else had spoken and said somebody put it up, and they got me for that. And they try me still with other platforms. But anyway, I went on that Twitter account, and you have a lot of duplicate, phony, fake accounts. So I saw Judge Joe Brown in general on Twitter. It was called Twitter back then, not X. And I looked at his page, and I was on a layover, driving the bus on a layover, right there on Washington Shores, where the guy had smacked me in the face, same place. And it said, Judge Joe Brown follows you. I said, oh, heck no. Because I'm like, he's big.
Right.
He follows me. So I went to the page, and it said that. So I followed him, then I sent him a DM, direct message. And I said, is this the real Judge? Last time I checked, it was, whatever. I like what you're doing, young man, and all. I was like, wow.
That sounds like him too.
Right? Yeah, right. I like what you're doing, young man, and I have to tell you, because he told me some things. So he called me. Not then. I asked him if I could interview him. He said, yeah. And so he didn't give me the number, but he called me, and I had the number. But I would never run him down and bug him for every little thing.
Right.
And we talked. I remember one time right before I took a trip to Jamaica. It was February of 2018, and we had to go to the airport in Miami, and we were driving down, and he called me. I was like, "Oh snap!" And we talked and talked and talked, and that's when he told me the whole thing about Al Sharpton and James Brown, and what's the other actor's name? Saint Jacques or something Saint Jacques.
Him and Billy D. Williams.
Something like that. He was telling me, and my jaw was dropping, and we talked on that phone call privately for like 3 hours. Because I wasn't going to hang up on him and say, "Oh, I got to go." That's just Joe Brown, man. That's history.
Right.
So
Right.
then he told me some things I kind of forgot. And here's one for you, but you can't repeat this on the show. And if you say that I said it, I'm going to deny it. So I'm like, no, I'm not going to violate you like that. You know? And so those kind of things. And I've run into people that I know now that yes, Raymond St. John, exactly, Jack Griffin. Right. And he had him linked with somebody else. One day I'm going to reach out to him again because he's doing a lot of interviews now. He's hard to get to now. Let me tell you something. There's one point, the gay guy that wore the tuxedo dress, he's a gay actor, and the story just came out. I remember I was driving the bus in Orlando,
and
I had a layover. No, that's what Wilson. This is a guy recently did this a couple years ago, and his name stuff is going to come to me, but the story just broke, and I said I got to get Judge Joe Brown on this one because he's all about manhood. And this guy wearing a dress to the awards ceremony. I forgot what awards, the big awards, whatever. Tuxedo from the waist up and the dress from the waist down.
Was it black?
And
yeah, it's tuxedo because it was black. And I think I remember he was like standing behind the big wall thing, and he took the picture.
Right.
With the different names and supporters and logos and
yes.
I think I remember that. I remember that. I know what you're saying. I remember seeing that. I can't place his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Right. So I had to get his word on that one because it just came out. Probably he didn't hear about it or whatever. I was on this layover. It was like right before my last run. So, I'm not going to say, "Oh, yes, we're tight for years. We hung out." No, but there was a point where we communicated a lot, but I wouldn't bug him. So I called him, and I remember he said, because he knows I wouldn't bug him. He picked the phone up. "What do you got for me, Scurv?" So I was like,
"Mr. Scurv, you have the floor."
Exactly, right? So I'm feeling like, yeah, I can call Judge Joe Brown anytime, but I'll never act that way. So I said, "Listen, I'm on a layover that's going to last for maybe like the next 6 or 7 minutes. So what do you want me to do?" I said, "Listen, there's a story now I want you to check out, right?" And I had the minutes to check. It was a couple of videos. I sent him something. Went and took a leak. I was going on my way back to the bus. I said, "I'm going to call you back. I'm going to record you on the phone, right? But I'm going to mute it because I can't have the phone on or in my hand while I'm driving the bus. So I want you to talk as long as you want, right? It's going to record. I'll go home. I'll lift this audio, put it through the program, make a banner, and we'll put it up." "Oh, you got it." So I had it real low. I'm driving, and it was muted, so the noise of the bus didn't get on there. And it only lasted 13 minutes. As I said, when you're done, hang up. I can't talk to you because I'm driving. And they recorded me, the camera and the audio. So many cameras on that bus. So he did it, and it shot to like 120,000 hits within like 2 days or something like that. I made a dope graphic with it with the picture of the guy, Judge Joe Brown, and he was giving it to him. I don't know what that thing is, and if he claims to be a man, well, he's not all man. He can be a male, and his mind is messed up, and he's against everything about manhood that the great creator even made, and he's an abomination. And I'm not afraid. I don't care who likes it or not.
I think I remember that thumbnail. It had him smiling, Judge Joe Brown. Like
yes.
It had him in the foreground and the brother in the dress in the background.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember. I
And he
remember
was
that.
like, "You did a wonderful job with that thumbnail. You put it there right."
Yeah,
You know, I said, "Yeah, I'm
yeah.
gonna do it right. I'm gonna hook you up."
Hmm. Wow.
Yeah. So
Wow. I remember that. I remember that.
yeah, that was
JoJo Brown, like I
amazing.
said, he's in the inside. He's a
Yeah.
he's a insider. Hey, Lance, let me ask you a question. I know this is not on the topic, but we're talking
Oh,
about
sure. Anything.
insiders and outsiders.
Yeah. Let me
What
just
was
say hi to
your
Tracy J real quick. But go ahead,
oh yeah.
brother. I'm gonna
No,
put the link
I
back
just
in the
gonna
room
say
too.
just briefly,
Yeah, go ahead.
what was your view of that debate, of that debacle?
Unbelievable.
Hmm.
First of all, they probably had to shoot him up with something to
Right.
even have him that alert, which he wasn't alert.
Right.
Right? Why are they pushing this man who he's losing his faculties? It
Hmm.
happens to some people early, it happens to some people late. But why would you want to have this man symbolically running the country? Because you know it's not him running the country. It's
True.
got to be
Very true.
other people. He's the faceplate of this whole
Right.
thing, right?
Right.
And he's caught up in politics and in that inner circle for a long time. And
Hmm.
see, Donald Trump, he's not with that. He's got his own money.
Hmm.
He doesn't need that. I do
Hmm.
believe that it's an ego rush for Donald Trump a bit,
Right.
and he likes
A
the attention.
narcissist, kind of
And he's a
narcissist behavior.
narcissist, yeah. But he'll do everything good like he did before. You just have to
Hmm.
tolerate his personality. And right now,
Hmm.
it's even comical. And as comical as politics are now these days, he's refreshing. But
Hmm.
with Joe Biden, you know, when he was under Barack Obama as vice president in the beginning, he was real sharp and all this stuff, but he took a
Hmm.
decline. Why are these people who call themselves Democrats not letting go of this? This is a man who technically can start a war and push the button. We don't need nobody who is in there who is hesitant, who can't walk right, don't know where he is, falling up the steps. It's bad enough
Hmm.
if somebody falls down the steps. This brother's falling up against gravity.
Right. Right.
And it's almost like the people around him are in denial and keeping him propped up. This is no time to play with the way the world is right now, the state of the world right now. There's no
Right.
time to play. And the things that I know, I'm not saying I know them, I'm just saying we can speculate and say basically we don't all know the full picture about what's going on in the world. But from what
Hmm.
I'm hearing, we are on the brink of a World War III, which many
Hmm.
will say we're already in it in a different way. Because I heard somebody say,
It's.
well, you know, World War One or World War II didn't look like World War One, and World War III will not look like World War II. It's going to be
Hmm.
different. And what I
Hmm.
don't like is how they include the world. If it's a
Right.
couple of
When it's.
countries fighting,
Hmm.
don't bring in the whole world. Don't say that.
Well, I would say just from what I'm standing off looking at and looking at the history of the government and how things have been ran since I've been alive, I believe
Right.
that Biden's really a Manchurian candidate. He's not in charge. He's like you said,
Right.
he's like the guy, the puppet that's out on the stage, but the puppeteers are the people that's in the back running the whole show.
Exactly.
He's like you
Right.
said, he's like the figurehead. He's like the CEO, but he's not the person who owns the business. He's just the face of it. Now,
Exactly.
now I believe that Trump won, but he won by default. It's not like because he said some things that wasn't true either. But the fact that he's able to go out there and he's a little bit more coherent than Biden,
Right.
he's more able to say, "Hey, look at this guy. Look at him. Look at him. I mean,
Like you
he
did.
speaks for." Yeah, like it speaks for itself. The proof is in the pudding. So that's why I said I think Trump just won by default. Now, in terms of World War III, I think we're already in it. It just hasn't
Right.
went nuclear yet. We're there.
Exactly. Exactly.
It just the nuclear bombs have not went off yet, but we're there because
Exactly.
I think what's really happening, Lance, we are looking at the fall of Western civilization because we have become
Yeah.
a nation of who's right instead of what's right.
Exactly. See,
The LGBTQ, that flag, the rainbow flag, has replaced the American flag.
it sure has. And they're pushing it
The-
everywhere in the world.
right, but the Russians are like, no, you're not going to bring that over here. Now they have people that like that in their societies. They say, fine, we have people that's like that. We know this, but we're not going to take them and move them to the head of the line over everybody else.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
What a world
Like,
we live in.
but
This is bizarre world.
Well, you know, but Lance, when did you ever think a time would happen when people would look between their legs? And I think I said this on your last broadcast, and people could not know if they were male or female. They're confused.
Mental sickness and all of these categories and all of this, you know, a she and he and just me is them and they.
The pronouns.
It's a sickness.
It is. I was always taught there were basically 3 genders: male, female, and neutered.
Right.
You know, you have to take neutered under consideration. So, but other than that, it's like people. If you'd have told me back in the 70s, a time would come when people would look between their legs, and they wouldn't know if they're a man or woman, I would think you were lying. I'm like, man, stop lying, man. Nobody could be that deranged, delusional.
Well, you know, several years ago, I found out that Facebook had, in actuality, 71 different categories of different sexes. Right? So how do you do that? Like, I remember they had the little pamphlets. I think they were called like Chick or Chicklet or Chick Christian little comic books, right? They were very small, maybe like 5 inches by 2.5 inches high. And, you know, had people passing out tracts, and me being an artist, and I liked how they were presenting things. And there were many of them that were right on point, that this is back in the 70s, even in the early 70s. And they were saying there's going to come a time soon when the gays will take over and they'll have more power. And they showed them like protesting and all this stuff. And it's true now. You know, they said a lot of things that were true. I couldn't deny it, you know? And I was like, I mean, not that I denied it then. I mean, I denied it then, like, this is crazy, you know? But looking back, I got to give credit where credit's due. They spoke about that. And it's just weird to see how the world has turned. We have all this distraction. And again, I'm on social media big time as far as like doing the shows all the time. But social media has messed people up, and it's a big distraction. And it's they walked us down. When I say us, I don't mean you or me or anybody in the chat room, right? But they walked us down a path to where truly they hit technology, they take knowledge. They've watered us down. You see, I'm not gonna go through the whole spiel. Like I said all the time, you know, like Reese's peanut butter cup, your chocolate's in my peanut butter's in your chocolate. The smartphone was married with the internet. That was the first phase, right? And the next phase was the social media platforms, which Black Planet was the original good one, but they get no credit. Before it turned into a booty call page. And, you know, MySpace was out there, but then when Facebook came and then YouTube came, people's attention focused on this. And you can have a phone in your hand and any song, any clip, anything you want to see, it was like a baby with a pacifier, or actually a real bottle, but it lulled us to sleep. And we got into this, and it was good. It was good for information. It was good for a lot of things. But there was a flip side to it. The very thing that was a gift, seemingly, given to us in an innocent way, now they began to censor us now. Now they put out YouTube Shorts, which Instagram, I think, came out with the 1 minute thing, but everybody came out with that. And now our attention spans are being tampered with now. All we got to do is hold the phone and take the thumb and flip the thumb up to the next one if we don't like it. And it's almost like junk food. It's almost like a hole in your gas tank mentally. And what is it doing to the children and rewiring the brains away from what it was supposed to be? The children usually didn't have a long attention span if you didn't keep them in check. They really messed up now.
Well, you know, it's just like, Lance, going back to what I was saying before, that we have become a nation of who's right instead of what's right. You remember, like I do, back in the day, going to buy comic books. You say, the new Marvel comics, the X-Men when they were still wearing the blue and yellow uniforms. You say the new
Yes.
X-Men comic books was out. I used to collect baseball and football cards. And so what I'm saying that we had to go buy something, take it home and read it. Even the bodybuilding magazines, we had to go wait till the latest issue came out to see what's who's who. And then we would get it, take it home, read it. Somebody say routine. They're talking about a routine this or routine that they didn't write. There's a ghost writers that's writing all these articles. We find out later. we find out later that Joe Weider was the one writing the articles. It wasn't no staff writers and all this other stuff. So you learned as you go along. But in essence, you had to take something home. You had to read it, and you had to mentally dissect it as you were going through it. And then if you wasn't sure about something. Yeah.
Not to cut you, but his name was Billy Porter. That's right.
Yeah,
Jack Rivers on point tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy
Thank
Porter.
you for that. Because that's right. Because I remember that name Porter. I remember that last name. Yeah. The one in the dress. Yeah. You had to buy something. You had to go buy it. So you had to interact with somebody outside of your house. You had to bring it home. You had to read it, and you had to look at it, and you had to evaluate it. And if you wasn't sure about something, you say, well, wait a minute, I got a friend, he might, because he heavy off into this thing, let me go ask him about it. So there was a sense of evaluation, but now everything is just being regurgitated out to the public. Because, you know bodybuilding like I do. Back in the day, you had to build your body first. You couldn't just say, man, I want to take steroids. I was at the gym the other day looking at these young guys, high school, and they were like, they barely had any muscle, might have weighed 150, 140 pounds, and they talking about steroids. I'm like, steroids, man, go build your body up. Go
thing now. I probably follow bodybuilding heavily, even though I'm not into it. I know it's a drug game. But it's just interesting to see people guinea pig themselves out like that. And it's not really about nutrition. There's a component with that, especially with these drugs and how sensitive the body is. But these guys don't have to fight to cut up like they used to back in the day because they got things to take. And they can just rip the fat off their body. And the thing is, the big thing now that even bodybuilders, big time bodybuilders, and all the journalists, they're saying, how are these 15 or 16-year-old guys taking dangerously toxic steroids like Trenbolone? And I mean, I know all the drugs. I know guys from 40-something years ago, they would shoot up in the locker room and they were talking. They would tell me things. Well, this is for this and this is for that. And
IGF.
Yeah. That the thing that comes to the pregnant woman's urine. And just what is the drug I'm thinking about now?
Not Diana.
Laxaboin, and there was another one that was known for strength, and some were good for cutting up. The orals go through the liver and damage you seriously if you keep using it.
But the injections go straight into the bloodstream.
Exactly, but it still messes you up because your body detects this. And these guys are taking such huge amounts. That's the thing. I don't know if you remember back in the day, Steve Mahalik.
Yeah, I remember Steve.
Yeah.
I was one of that tumor. He grew that tumor. They said he grew something inside the body like a softball or something like that.
Yep. And he got in that bad car accident and whatnot. But he had a competition out in Plainview, Long Island. I think it was July of 1982. And I signed up and went in that competition. I think I got second place behind my buddy Mike Scott. So we went out there together. I knew he was going to beat me, We went out there, we had some fun. And I met Steve Mahalik there. But, in his gym, which I've never gone to his gym, he had signs on the wall, different signs. People with no pain, no gain and stuff. One of his signs on the wall was up the dosage.
Yeah.
And he had bodybuilding competitors that were there that we would see at the shows that locally in the magazines. It's like, oh my God, these are heavyweights. I remember, what's the guy's name? Last name Pomponio. There was a guy named Joe DeStinti. He was a lightweight. He was pretty good. My friend Mike beat him. There were other ones, John Defendis.
I remember him.
These are names, that weren't big for people who casually follow bodybuilding. But when we would go to the competitions, we'd see these guys, even though they were there just walking around. It's a small world. And, You learn a lot. You see the magazines and you hear what is happening in real life. And because
Mm-hmm.
I had a connection with Wayne D'Amelia through the guy who lived 3 blocks away from me, Junior, because Junior was tight with him, and Wayne D'Amelia would have Junior go to the airport to pick these guys up once they arrived in New York City for the Night of the Champions, which is now called the
Mm-hmm.
New York Pro, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Wayne D'Amelia had a dummy job with Junior working in the phone company, but they were assigned to a huge high-rise office building, and they were there to troubleshoot anything on the spot. And Wayne
Mm-hmm.
had this job that he never showed up to, only occasionally, and it was a tax thing because Wayne was already a millionaire, and he
Mm-hmm.
basically
Mm-hmm.
ran the IFBB under Ben Weeder and Joe Weeder until they got
Right.
paranoid of him taking over. You know, so
Mm-hmm.
I know him real good. But he would tell us the things about these guys behind the scenes, because he would
Mm-hmm.
go and stay over his house and get ready and train and stuff like that. He had a gym in his house, and they would show up for
Mm-hmm.
the Night of the Champions, and he would tell us the real deal. So that's how I met at 15 years old a lot of these guys
Mm-hmm.
back in 1978. You're looking at them in the
Mm-hmm.
magazines, you meet them, it
Mm-hmm.
changes it moves the goalposts. So the
Mm-hmm.
neighborhood muscle guy who really don't
Mm-hmm.
look good, you see Robbie Robinson, Pete Grimkowski, Mike Mensa,
Mm-hmm.
Bill Grant, the
Mm-hmm.
Czechoslovakian team.
Mm-hmm.
It changes you. So now it made me better, even though I didn't really have bodybuilder potential. Like I didn't have a good structure. I knew how to
Mm-hmm.
hide my flaws, and I learned everything in the book. But to
Mm-hmm.
go to the next level,
Yeah.
naturally, it wasn't going to happen. Even if
Right.
I
Because
was
at
to
some
go and
point
take
you got to get
drugs,
on them drugs. At
yeah,
some
and I
point
wasn't going to
you
do it.
got to get on them drugs. You got to.
Yeah, and I wasn't going
Because
to do it because
you can't
Mhm.
go up there like Ronnie Coleman and Flex Wheeler and Jay Cutler. There's
right,
no way.
no
You
way,
might
no
have the
way.
best looking physique in the gym, but
Uh-huh.
naturally. But if you go on that level, especially you talking about going to Mr. Universe and then Mr. Olympia, you
Uh-huh.
got to be on something.
Mm-hmm.
You got to
Mm-hmm.
be on something because you're not going
Yep.
to make it that far all natural. It's not going to happen.
No way.
You
No
know,
way.
for the listeners, I was just going to say for the listeners, if anybody
Mm-hmm.
ever
And
studied
keep talking, brother. I'm
bodybuilding,
gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna take a leak. I'll be right back. Keep
I would
talking.
just want to I want to say to the listeners, if you remember that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger and the other guy, Franco Colombo, that movie Pumping Iron. They made that like a documentary bodybuilding film. There's a guy in it. Some of you all might know. He kind of talks funny. His name was Joe Weider. And one of the things that Joe Weider wanted to do, he wanted to put professional bodybuilding in the Olympics as a spectator sport. But the problem that Weider had was because he owned the Weider, Joe Weider's like the bodybuilding products, supplements. The problem that Weider had was you cannot have athletes in the Olympics on steroids. So what Weider told his body, told Arnold, he told all these guys, if they ask you, anybody from the Olympic Committee asks you if you're on steroids, anabolics, deny it. He told all his bodybuilders deny it. So if you all go back, if you see Arnold back in the 70s, back in the 80s, part of the 90s, and some part of the 2000s, when Arnold was asked, well, Arnold, are you on anabolic steroids? Arnold would always deny. He said, well, I was on something. I did used to use something, whatever. But all that was just a smoke and mirrors. But the reality was those guys were on something because you can't have a body that great looking without being on something. But now since Weider passed away, now you see more people coming
Yes.
out in the open saying, yeah, I used to use this. I just saw a video with Robbie Robinson. He said he was at the gym. Somebody shot him up with something. And he said, man, he felt like Superman. But later on
Yeah.
that day, when he went home, he said he could barely even walk up the stairs of his apartment or something like that because
Yep.
that steroid did something to him. He said
It did.
he
Yeah.
felt alive. He said he felt alive. And I just want to say, Lance, the thing about it, because we have more
Mm-hmm.
knowledge with food science and supplements, there's no need to take steroids.
No need.
There's no
No
need.
need.
If you just
You're
eat
cheating
right,
yourself.
exercise, absolutely, because
You're
there's no
cheating
need.
yourself. Right.
Yeah,
You're
there's no
cheating
need to take
yourself, and you're
anabolic
messing the
steroids.
body up. That's right.
Right. Unless you're going to compete, then I would say if you're going to compete, you got to use it. Because
And
all
see, he doesn't
natural,
use a
there's
lot
really
now.
nobody there that's natural.
These coaches, they're not coaches to teach you how to train. They're drug gurus, and they know how to balance the food, the training, and the drugs, and how the drugs mix with each other. Because,
And back in the day, we didn't have no coaches.
Exactly.
We didn't have no, man, I got my coach. You might have a training partner. You might have heard something. You went and talked to people to get information. But you didn't have no. I got a opposing coach. I got a nutrition coach. I got a this coach. I got a Pilates coach. I got a where you plank coach. We didn't have no coaches back in the day. Talking about a coach. Coach.
Serious.
You and your partners. You all talk. And you say, hey, man, what do you know? Somebody got a nice size back. You say, hey, man, what do you do to get your back like that, man? Oh, man, I do pull downs. I do rows. I do this. I do dumbbells. You say,
and
a
lot of it was genetic. A lot of it was genetic. And let me tell you, like even back in the day when they said how Frank Zane wasn't a mass monster for that time, and he was, more scientific.
The chemist.
The chemist, yeah. And guess what? He was a chemist. But the thing was with him, he was much more scientific about it than the other guys. And see, he would be the guy that I would ask. I'm not saying him specifically, but proportionately, like, okay, you got some guys who they don't know what the hell they did to get to look that. They're just the basic, exercises, and they went and ate pizza and ate this and ate that. And you look, and genetically, they may be superior to get away with certain things. So everybody wants to ask the best guy, but you should ask the person who had to fight to get where they were because they didn't have the potential to be a mass monster or grow. Some guys, look, there are guys I know that don't even lift weights, that were in prison, in jail, that they were just, and it wasn't even because of them being locked up. They were just like this.
They had the genetics.
And not like a bodybuilder, but such potential. There was a dude who, I forgot, his name was Santos. And I worked in special management where you had one guy to a small cell and each one came out for an hour in the day room and you had to walk them out and take them to get some sun in the yard one at a time. In different yards, they would take, it was 20 cells. So it wasn't just one yard they were in. So they had different, areas and two people had to carry them cuffed. Let them free and then go in the yard. But this guy was so naturally strong. He was like a sumo wrestler, but he wasn't fat like that. And he was he was touched mentally, but not in a crazy way. It was more an emotional thing. And for some reason, this dude loved me so much. Not in a homo way. And so he used to call me LL because of LL Cool J. I talk like, New York accent and stuff. And so I'm like, I'm the poor man's LL. If you like LL, you'll like me, but I'm the knockoff version, right? Even though I'm older. And me and LL almost had a fight one time, but
when you put that camera in his face.
Exactly. You remember that. Don't put that camera in my face, man. I said, man, I'm thinking of Hollywood. I'm already in Hollywood. So somebody was messing with him, Santos, and he was upset. And I was a guy who can calm him down. LL, I need to talk to you, man, when I have my day room time. LL. Santos, man, he was bald head. This guy had to be like, maybe, because I'm 5'10", but I'm shrinking, so maybe I'm a little less, I don't know. But he had to be like 5'11", 5'10", maybe. But this guy was like about 320 pounds. He had a slight layer of fat on him, small layer of fat on him. He wasn't cut up and he wasn't fat. And there was one guy who was messing with him in the day room. When he would walk around free in the day room, he'd go to Santos's cell and tell him all kind of things. And Santos didn't have a complete grasp on reality, meaning that you can say dumb stuff to him and he would get upset. So this skinny guy, he was saying, I'm gonna hit your mama off when I get out of here, right? Because I got a short sentence, but I'm gonna take care of your mama. Meaning he's gonna have sex with her. Hey, don't say that about my mama. You better not try that with my mama. And he was like, it was real for him. Like, you better not try this. It's like, oh, nigga, get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, you're talking smack. But smack talking got under his skin, but he did have a level of intelligence. He knew a lot of stuff. And so I would go in there with him. There always had to be two officers, but I'd sit at the table with him. a little stainless steel table, and we talk about different things. He's like, "Oh man, you man, cool, LL. I'm gonna hook you up when I get out, because we got jewelry shops, and I'm gonna give you all the gold you want." I'm like, I didn't really want no gold, but I'm like, "Yeah, man, okay, cool, cool." One day, this dude, the skinny dude, found out what his sentence was, and he robbed a bunch of them robbed somebody, and I don't think he actually pulled the trigger, but there was other guys that did, and he just knew he was going to get off. He had just turned 18, and so, I mean, he had just turned 18, and when he came back and found that he had a life sentence, he was a zombie.
wow.
Not Santos, it's a skinny guy. So when
Right.
they had his day room time, Santos heard about it, right? Because the word gets around if you go and you get your sentence and stuff. So Santos is like, hey, how you feel now? You ain't never coming out, nigga. You ain't never, you know what I mean?
Wow.
So the guy went in on him when he had his day room time. He would come right to the cell. And so Santos started hitting the cell. Boom, boom. But it's a metal thick cell that's open with a chain, thick, heavy chain apparatus, like a bicycle chain, but real thick. So when you roll them doors, it's the thing that pulls it, whatever. Santos grabbed the door and was not running, but he had it. He was leaning into it and pulling it up. He kept pulling it up. And people were like, man, stop that. Now, I wasn't there when it happened, but they told me. I came back the next day off my days off. Santos kept doing this. All of a sudden, they heard boom, because he was on the second tier, the top tier. And when the door fell forward, it hit the rails and lifted up and fell down on the first floor. And he came out like the Hulk. And the dude was in the cell, and it was easier to get that door off. So he did the same thing from inside. And since he was off, and this dude's like 320 pounds at 5'11", 5'10", and had some kind of, it was a little mental, but a lot of emotional, because he would get triggered off. But when he leave him alone and talk cool with him, like he loved me, because I was always late. You're right. Like, it's almost like a dog that smells fear on you and he tries to bite you. But if he doesn't see the fear, he's not going to try to bite you. So he actually got the door off, pushed it to the side, and about maybe 5 SEALs got up there in time and grabbed him. And they couldn't subdue him. They had to get about 10 more. But the whole jail was, it was an incident. So they called him in there. And then when, at one point, somebody said something, he said, okay, and just stopped. That's how he is. If I was there, it would never happen.
Wow.
Because he really respected and loved me so much. You know what I mean? So you have people like that, man. That guy never took any kind of drugs, whatever. We talked about steroids and bodybuilding and stuff. This guy was thick. This guy was thick, not in a muscular way like Sergio Oliva, right? He was thicker naturally than Sergio Oliva. And he probably wouldn't have had as pretty a body, but his ankles, his wrists, his neck, his bones, his joint, he would have been able to handle. He just wasn't into it. But if he and then he had an ability to put on weight. Sometimes he do some push-ups, and after about 2 weeks, you see his pecs coming out. This guy grew muscle fast, and he had a great structure. His waistline was a little wide.
He could have been a running back for the Detroit Lions.
Man,
they might have put Barry Sanders on the bench. Say, Barry, you're gonna have to sit this one out today. Yeah, man. I thought, wait, is this the last game of the season? Yeah, I know, man. But we got your boy Santo. He wanna, he gotta break the record, man. You know how that is.
Let me tell you something. Yeah. If the right person would have got to him mentally, he could have trained for 2 months and went right into any football position. Yeah, he was that naturally gifted. But the guy was strong. He was strong.
Speaking of which, you remember Ron LaFleur, the baseball player? He was in prison. He got put in prison in Detroit.
I know the name, and I heard of the incident.
Billy Martin, they heard about him playing baseball in prison, and Billy Martin came to the jail in Detroit, and he told me, he said, hey, man, if you do what you're supposed to do, because he was in there for robbery or something like that. He said, hey, man, you do what you're supposed to do, you get out on good terms. He said, we'll sign you with the Detroit Tigers. Coming out of prison. And he got signed. He got
Imagine
signed with the
that.
Detroit Tigers. Yep, coming out of prison.
That's something.
This was in the 70s. This was before Billy Martin went to the Yankees, before he managed the Yankees. Yeah, he was in prison.
Right.
Ron LaFleur. This brother named Ron LaFleur. Look him up.
I will.
He was in
That's
he was in prison. LeVar Burton played him in a movie, a film about his life.
Wow, I gotta check that out.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So it can happen.
Yeah, it can.
Happen. Well, yeah.
But Santos, and his only thing is that, like, you can trigger him if you stayed on him, harassing him, whatever. He cries sometimes. Like, he gets so angry, he cries. I'm like that. I'll get so, like, when it was, I would get triggered, not like a psycho, but you get in little school fights and they think, oh, he crying. No, when I'm crying, I'm going to hurt somebody, right? And see, the other thing is, when I look mad, ain't nothing going to happen. I'm under control. But emotionally, when I would get so riled up, I would go off and go off. You know what I mean? Like, just go off. Almost like a psycho, but I wasn't a psycho. It's just the emotion. So my drive, I've learned to control, in everything that I do. Like, see, back in the day when I was building the first channel, I say, how do you do this every day, 2, 3, 4 times a day? And you're making banners and you're writing and you're uploading and you're talking and you're doing. I'm like, I'm channeling my energy because I always had boundless energy. And I'm still at this age. Yeah, it's a little less. When I was 18, 19, 20 years old, there are people who knew me through other people. And they pulled my actual friends to the side, like, yo, is your boy sniffing coke? Because I was always hyped. I still am, but not to that degree. Of course, at this age, you slow down a little bit. But if the creator gives me time, I'll be a hyped 80-year-old. I'll be a hyped 90-year-old. So my brain, my thoughts, and I'm excited about life in those things. So
it makes a big difference.
It does. Like, it's an adventure for me, this life. It's a journey and an adventure, good and bad.
Yeah. And Brother Lance, speaking about life and the whole thing about, we're talking about the drugs situation. Like I said, the people who use drugs, they're not bad people, because drug use is a mental health thing. It's all about their mental health. The problem is, again, once they get these habits and they have to maintain it the way they feel, then they'll start affecting other people when they got to steal and rob and cheat and do all these other things to maintain that high. And this stuff will destroy you. It's a false sense of security.
Yes.
Because the problems is still there.
Exactly.
They're just using the drug to overcome the emotional, psychological aspects of the problem.
Buffer it, yeah.
The buffer, But the problem, the buffer. But the problem is still there.
Very thin.
It's definitely, a lot of these people, they need help.
Yeah, it's right there when you come down. You know what I mean? So this is why anybody, no matter who you are, especially if you're not using drugs, heal yourself, get to know yourself, master yourself, know yourself. You'd be surprised how many people go through life and don't really know who they are. They don't really know who they are. They can never be their own best friend. That's sad. Because when the trials and tribulations come and you're tested, you're like, you don't know who you are. You have to know. Like, I know myself more and more. Well, of course, I've been in a very convenient denial when it came to the women. You know what I mean? But like, I know that about me. That's why I can say the things I say and be open and be uninhibited. I'm not going to let's walk down the street. Hey, you know what I did last night? No, but no, I'm not going to be uncomfortable like that. Like I said, we were talking about before, how people are so uninhibited and uncomfortable with the things that they like that way. No, I refuse that. I refuse that. And if you can be on that level with yourself, where you're comfortable with yourself and understand why, and you cool with it, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, that's so liberating. Because like I said, most people in this world have some type of sexual hang-up, even when they present themselves as not having the hang-ups. That can be a false persona in a mask, because there are a lot of men, a lot of women professing all types of things, and they get behind closed doors and they're duds. Not for me to judge, but in the past, there've been women who have come to me and said all kind of stuff, whatever. Yeah, I want to do this with you. I want to so and so and so, and they're looking at you funny, like stay over there type thing. Like I'm uncomfortable now. But you said this, you said this, and you said this, and you said that.
Well, you know, Lance, I think there are some things that should always stay behind closed doors. Like,
Right.
especially like when we talk about the LGBTQ, and if these people want to be with the same sex and whatever, that's their business, because we can't regulate what people do in the bedroom. But I think there are some things that should be left in the bedroom and not to be made public, because the question now becomes, where is that person's point of restraint? You know, is it that they don't do it in public because they're afraid that somebody is going to arrest them, or they're going to be convicted of a crime? That's one thing. But I think that in terms of beat down, but in terms of what do you call it, adults, consenting adults, when they do something behind closed doors, and that's a whole different story altogether. That's a personal, private thing. I think culturally,
but it should be across the board.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's why I said, when do people determine what is private and what is public? Now, the problem today we have people who are part of a rainbow community are telling people that things that were traditionally dysfunctional behavior, they're telling the public, no, you should don't go get medical help. You should own your truth. But the question is, if this behavior continues, what's going to be the end result of it?
Well, see, remember up to 1973, that's when they changed it. You know, it was mental illness.
Right. The physician's,
everybody.
Yeah, the physician death reference.
Exactly. What I've learned from my observation, this is my perspective and my opinion, with many, especially black men, I'll say this, and sometimes, white men too, I'm going to focus on the men. There's a type of resentment that I see with them. It's like, I want attention. I want everything to fit me. I'm not saying, this is not me talking, this is a gay man talking, right? I want everything to fit me so I can have what that woman has, the rights and the ability to do this. Where'd this resentment come from? And it's tragic, because these people, really and truly, most of them are not happy. They're not happy.
I agree.
And it's not because they're marginalized and people come against them. Nobody needs to know. Even if, you talk a little soft, we know what he does, but he's not really pushing this thing out. Look, there was some, I was driving in Orlando, and I was near the Pulse nightclub where they had the big shootout. And these guys were crossing the street and ran right up in front of the bus. I had to slam the brakes. I had the light. And they started hugging and kissing, tonguing each other down, and looked at me and put the finger up and ran. Come on, man. What is all that for? If that's what you want to do behind closed doors,
all that extra.
All that extra.
Yeah.
All that extra.
Not even necessary.
And speaking of the Post nightclub thing, there was one of the bouncers there that would ride my bus. And he actually caught a shot in the side of his stomach that grazed me. He looked at the shirt and showed me. He also took, I forgot the guy's name who did the killing, but he also took photos and with selfies with his buddies who were also bouncing. And the club was open, but it wasn't open all the way where people knew that it was open. They got there early because they knew that they were the bouncers and stuff, and they let a few people in. Wouldn't you believe that the guy who did the killing and the shooting was sitting behind him and was in the group shot where all the body bouncers were sitting, and he was right there. He was actually talking with them. And I don't know if he spoke English well, but he knew what they were saying and laughing with them. He couldn't believe it. And when it all went down and this guy was in there, the floor was pitched a little bit. You know, when you pitch it away from the house so the rain doesn't come back to the house. Well, it was pitched inward very slightly on the dance floor because there was a sizable vent there, right? A drain, just in case, just a nightclub water, they hose it
For a
down, maybe
flood or
clean up.
something like that.
Yeah, a liquor dropping and all kind of stinks and whatnot. So when he shot everybody up, and they were on top of each other, this is what he told me. He was like, when the word got out, a few minutes later, a lot of family members were calling their family members who they knew were at Pulse, and he said, you should have seen the phones lighting up and ringing. And some of the people weren't dead. Some of them were just like in pain and had other people on top of them, and they were moaning. And he said all the blood came to the center of the dance floor. The blood was leaking out everywhere. And then he said that one of the other bouncers who's tight with him, he was in the back. And after this, it happened because, they were locked in there for a while. He looked in the back. There's like part of the driveway, and there's a fence to a private yard. And there was a dude looking over the fence from inside the yard and smiling. And he said that he walked through the fence and walked away. Like that was one of the guys that got killed. And he went inside and he saw somebody look just like him. I mean, this is what he told me. And this guy was a street smart dude. He spoke broken English, but he was truly traumatized. And they were going to get some money. All of them who were there, they're going to get something. But
from the nightclub.
Yeah. And I was on the verge of interviewing him. He agreed to it, but once they got this paperwork saying that it was almost like a gag order, like, okay, we're going to take care of you, but you really can't put this out there. And then what I also heard, Brother Easy, who was in Vietnam, who I met him riding the bus, and he's a personality. And in a lot of those videos, I think I lost him. I might have the audio, but he was basically saying how it was news that got out there. I don't know if it caught on when people understood it, but that was premeditated. And the reason why they chose Central Florida was because of the high gay Latino population, because that was originally going to happen. The shooting was going to happen in Miami, but they chose Central Florida. It's a lot of layered stuff. Is it true? I don't know. But we did that in front of the Pulse nightclub, bro, actually across the street on the same side. But he was standing by the curb, and I angled the camera where you can see the Pulse nightclub behind him. And he broke all this down. This was on a Sunday. I went out there, especially, I was off. I said, okay, we're going to do this the right way, because I like to be creative in what I do. And so 2 days later, he was locked up. A man who ran for mayor at one time and who was still running for mayor. He knew a lot of people in politics, local Orlando. And I did too, because I did a lot of videotaping for different low-level politicians for their little campaign and stuff. But he was locked up for several years. Yeah.
Kind of like hush hush.
Exactly. They're saying, he's carrying these drugs and painkillers. The doctor, see, he had all these injuries. And he wasn't hooked on any drugs or anything like that. But the doctor said, instead of you coming here every week and getting a refill or whatever every month, let me just get you this amount that's not going to expire, and you have it there with you. Now, that would have been an opioid person's dream, but he wasn't hooked on it like that. It was only when he had pain, he had certain metal in him and spikes and rods and stuff like that. So it was going to rain.
Yeah, that could be painful, very painful.
Oh yeah.
Especially in your knees coherent. And in your hips and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Whenever you got some kind of metal inside of your body. Yeah. Oh yeah. Because it's something that's really not supposed to be there.
Exactly. Well, there's a young lady I know out here in Ghana. She's about 23 years old, and she would sell stuff off by the road, and like many do. So a car was flying down the block, lost control. She couldn't even get up and move away in time. The car swerved right into her, knocked her down, went over her leg, and the back tire went over the leg, and it crushed her thigh. And so she's very conscious about wearing dresses that may show her thigh. And it's really ripped up her leg. You can tell by the skin, but they put a pin there and different things. And so when it's about to rain, or when it doesn't look like it's going to rain, but it's really going to rain. She'll tell
It
you,
starts
listen,
hurting.
it's going to rain bad today because this leg only hurts, and it would always happen that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how the body is. But with the whole LGBTQ thing, with the attention that they always want to have attention, and they always want to, it's almost like a tragedy in many of their cases. Like it's never really where they're settled and happy and wholesome. Not everybody's flaming, but there's always some kind of we don't really fit in type thing. Of course they don't, but meaning that they're not comfortable, they're agitated. You see what I mean?
Well, you know, if you think about it from a deep spiritual point, Lance,
Mm-hmm.
how would you feel as a man if you involved in a situation where another man is blowing your back out, and
Yeah.
then you turn around and blow his back out? I'm saying
Right.
Psychologically, we're not talking about somebody getting up, going to the bathroom, and then they finish, they wipe themselves, flush the toilet, whatever, and they go back doing what they're doing. We're talking about a situation where a person is really humiliating themselves.
Yeah.
And they're humiliating other people. I mean, you're being violated. I mean, let's sodomize.
Right.
How do you psychologically? How do you walk away from that and still maintain your mental faculties psychologically? And then somebody wants you to do the same thing to them. So you have it's a relationship between the violator and the violated.
Exactly.
You see, it's going both ways. So how do you psychologically, how do you compartmentalize this type of behavior that you're experiencing? So yeah, these people, when you think about it, these are people who are going to have issues going on. And then you got one, and this is not to put anybody down. We're just talking about people doing things. And then you have one person who may consider himself gay. He, for the most part, dislikes women. And then you have the other one who's trans, who's trying to be a woman.
That is so, and to mutilate yourself,
right,
and take all these hormones. You see, that thing there is not just chop, take a few pills. Your body wants to go back to what it's supposed to be, and you're fighting it with these pills, hormones, mutilating and cutting yourself up. And then what? And then what? Just because you come on. You can have a hoopty, and just because you put a Mercedes-Benz, the thing in the front, doesn't turn into a Benz. You can fool people all you want.
Right.
You still got man spit in your mouth. You still got man bones. Come on, man.
Man bones. You know, my wife and I,
like a golf ball.
My wife and I, we were talking. She was telling me about have a friend of a young man. He went to Thailand and got surgery to cut his testicles, and his phallic off. And what they did, they had to go through so many surgeries. I think it's like 20 surgeries until they completely get rid of it. So now he has something that looks like a prosthetic vagina.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How do you do that?
It's like a prosthetic. But the human mind is invented. Like it can like, oh, this is not good enough. I need to go take it to another level. And that's why I said, where do people have their point of restraint? Where's the point of restraint? Where's the point say, no, I'm not going that far with it. Now they already got mental health challenges, but where do they go and they say, no, that's no.
Right. They just keep going. Look what Alexander R. said. Man ass at the end of the day. It's man spit. Man ball. Oh, they cut them off, but you're still a man, but you're not a man, but you're a man. You're mutilating yourself.
Now, I'm glad he brought that up, because this same person, he's now a prostitute for men. This is how he survives financially.
Wow.
This is what he does. He's like, I guess you want to say a tender. He's tender
Well,
booty or whatever. You know, this
right.
is what he does.
And there are men, always there have been men that like that. A
Yeah.
friend of mine and I were driving around Manhattan many years ago, and we happened to be in the meat market district of Manhattan on the west side. So we go there and I said, hey man, turn down that block. I was gonna fool him, you know. He says, oh, you got hookers down here too? I said, yeah, you got hookers down here too. And so he realized they were men. So we went to the red light. There was a guy getting a blowjob next to us parked up. And it was a dude doing it, dressed up, you know, like a woman. So he said, ooh, you think we should tell him that it's a man? I said, no, I kind of think that he knows that and he likes that. You know what I mean? That's the block that you went on for that. Because on the west side of Manhattan, back in the day in the 70s and the early 80s, you actually had blocks that were designated for certain things. I don't mean like you saw a sign and say, this is the areola block and this is the titty block and this, but it just happened that way where some of the independent girls gravitated toward each other because if one came down the block, then they had their choice. And that's the way it was. But you had below 15th Street, 16th Street, I forgot the avenue, but it was in the meatpacking district. Daytime was nothing but all these warehouses with meat, and it had a stench about it because, you know, so they were out there. And we actually caught a guy I went to school with out there, you know. We caught him. And he was out there talking to one. I said, hey, man, what's going on? We rolled up on him. Oh, I'm just down here, man. I'm just getting ready to go home, whatever. No, you saw us and you said that because we left and hooked around the block. And he was
Lance,
all up in this
you just stick the camera out the window. You just stick the camera out
the
window.
Yeah, if I had the camera then.
We got you on camera.
And this guy.
Oh, lamps. Whoa. Hey, man, what's going on, man? Right on, man. Yeah, well, see, man. See, I was going to go, man. See, I was going to go to KFC, man, and give me a bucket of chicken and some corn and a biscuit, and I'm going home, man. Yeah, ain't that right, man? Tell him I'm going home, right? Yeah, he's going home. Yeah, you're going home, all right.
Yeah, for real.
I'm glad I saw you.
Right. There was a time we passed through again, not passing through that block on the joke tip because we already knew what it was. We saw him again. And I was ragging him after that. I seen the Queens and said, hey, man, you still hanging out with them men? Man, come on, man. Come on. Just because you saw me out there twice, that don't mean nothing. I was taking care of business. I said, I bet you were. So
yeah, at night, too. You take care of business at night, right?
Taking care of business.
You know, in California, I think it's Santa Monica Boulevard out there. It's like all these cities have like these areas where, you know, designated. People like that, designated, like it frequent. You know, you hear stuff with people, you know, be talking and stuff like that, you know. And I'm like, my thing is, it's different strokes for different folks. If that's what you do, I mean, that's your get down. But understand the consequences that comes from that.
Right.
That's what people have to understand because, I mean, we're all adults here. I mean, how far would you go to bust a nut? How far are you willing to go? Because that's really what it boils down to.
Some dudes will go, I mean, they'll swim the Atlantic in a hurricane to get that. And it gets to the point of diminishing returns. It's the same thing like crack because they chasing the orgasm they had before and it may not be as good. And now they're fiending for it. Now it's not even about when you're in the mood. You're pushing your body. And that's why porn and masturbation, it's draining. It might be all good at first.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah, you're right. It's just draining. And there's only so much you can do within a day or within a week, you know? I mean, when you were 20 and 30, you know, when I was in my 20s, I mean, I could tell you some crazy stories, bro. I remember one time I was my girlfriend, I must have been about 24 years old. And my girlfriend at the time, I mean, this girl, I told her, I said, I'll be by your place. Okay. I said, I got to go out and I got to cut the grass, right? Because I said, supposed to cut the grass today. I've been putting it off. And I said, when I finish cutting the grass, I'll go in the house, take a shower. I'll take a shower. And then I'll be by your place. I'll be by your place like that, right? You know what this girl told me? She said, no, She said, don't take a shower. She said, just come over after you cut the grass.
One of
I was
those.
like, what? She said,
Fruitberry.
no. She said, no. Yeah, because I had on like a t-shirt and some shorts,
Right.
like that. And I was because it was a summer. Right. It was a summer's day. It was a hot summer's day. She said, no. As soon as you finish cutting the grass, come over ASAP.
Yep. That's what she liked. And see,
yeah.
Did she tell you that she actually liked that, or she just said it that way and you knew that's what it was? Because
she said it that way. I was like, you mean to tell me
you don't want me to take up? Yeah, did you hear about the one with the gasoline? The woman that wanted me to come over the house and go pump the gas and get a little bit on me and rub it all over me before I came over.
I never heard that one.
Yeah, but she was about 15, 16 years old. She was messing with this 35-year-old guy, and he was a mechanic that worked at a gas station. So he would come over when her parents weren't around, and he would try to wash, but it was never where he can get it all off. And she got into that, so it became something for her. So she's like, listen, put the gasoline on. I said, I hope I don't meet you at the door with like lit matches or something, some murder or something.
Cigar. So let me hit a light.
Right? Or you mess up yourself. And that was the woman that we had met somewhere, and she took a ride with me in the van that I had at the time. And this another damn near meat market type thing. We were driving around, and so she said, pull over here. And I'm like, what's up? You know what's up, but I want to do it right here because it looks grimy around here. She was always into some, like, not bizarre, super bizarre stuff, but just, it wasn't a long exchange. It was maybe like about 6 weeks or 2 months, whatever. And she started taking her clothes off, everything. And so I started doing the same thing, but I beat her to the punch. And I had this t-shirt on, but it was like about 15 degrees outside, right? But I had the motor running, and I had the van and heat on. So all of a sudden, lights out of nowhere lighting up the inside of the van. I looked outside, there were guns pointed. I was like, oh man.
Was it police?
So, police. And I had to go out there with some t-shirts, long white t-shirts, some a little shorter. Well, it was just enough with my hands down by my side to cover everything. And they're like, hands up. So I put my hands up, and I had no secrets to the world.
You said, hands up, don't shoot. What's that weapon, Mr. Scurv?
Exactly. I was trying to shoot something, but y'all interrupted me, right?
He's got a weapon on him.
Exactly. A third leg. Yo,
would you like to put that weapon down? Would you stop pointing it at us, Mr. Scurv?
Well, I couldn't because everything shriveled up. It was about 15 degrees outside, and I was barefoot on the pavement.
Mr. Scurv, would you stop pointing that weapon at us?
Went above freezing. Say it again?
Well, see, they say, Mr. Scurv, would you stop pointing that weapon at us? But see, what happened with me was I jumped in the car, I drove to our house. I can't remember if I put sheets on the seat or what, because I had leaves like the leaves on my skin, like the grass, the cut grass.
Right.
And she was there waiting, man. And we in the bed, and I couldn't believe it. I'm just like, man, I'm in this bed with her, and I got cut grass all over my body, and she's just eating it up. I mean, she's not eating the grass, but she's like into this, and I'm like,
right.
I said, I gotta take a bath after I finish doing this. I said, I have to, because we got like little cut grass all on the bed and everything. I'm like, well, I guess if that's what she
I told the story about this Italian guy I used to work with at Home Depot, and he was telling us the story. We even saw the girl. He had a 5.0 Mustang back in the day. This was in the 90s, and so I forgot how it went, but he had to go, and she wanted him to come in. He's like, I'm tired. I don't mind doing something with you, but it's going to be hard to get up out that bed and go home because I have to go home to change and everything. And it was already late. So she's like, let me take care of you here. He's like, I don't want to be selfish. You know what I mean? I want to, I'm not greedy like that. No. I want to do it here. And he knew that he had an upset stomach, and he was easing out, passing gas with her in the car. He would open up the window and look down, like when he was driving, coming back home or bringing her home. So his stomach was all messed up, right? Mm-hmm. So he couldn't enjoy it. So he's sitting there fighting back farts, and she's down there on him. Then she's going lower, like all down back there and all, from the front and everything. And he's like, oh man, I'm not even enjoying this. I'm not even into this because I got a fart. So she kept going and he couldn't hold it no more. So he was like, and she was like, and kept doing it better.
She was tossing the salad tosser.
Yeah, that and sucking him, but she got crazy when he did that, and he was embarrassed. But she started doing it better, and he let another one out because he had to let it out. And she, so you know what he did? He said, I don't have to hold it no more. She went crazy. And for a little time that he was relieved, he got into it. So that's the secret with her.
But he didn't do number two in the process. He just let off a big
gas. Right. It was one of those. Yeah, it was really a lot of gas, and she loved it. And he was like, "Man, it was so stinking." I was like, "Oh man."
Did I ever tell you about that girl who was a biter? I think I told you about the girl that used to bite. I met this one girl at this nightclub one time, and the club like closed like 2 a.m. or something like that. So people standing out in front of the club like, what's the next move? Right. So I saw this girl. I said, hey, I introduced myself to her. I said, hey, my friends and I, we got this like a beach house where we were renting. And I said, we're gonna have a party. I said, would you like to come to the party and hang out with us? So she said, sure, like that, right? So I get to the beach house. So it's like maybe 6 of us, 7 of us in the whole place right now. It's like 2 bedrooms. There's a living room, kind of a dining area, and there's like a bathroom with a shower and then the washer and a dryer. So I said, I don't know about you guys, but we about to go inside the washing machine. Not the washing, but the laundry / bathroom. Right. So we go in there and we at it. So I noticed this girl, she starts biting me on the neck, right? She's like, like she's on her back, and she started biting me. Now, at first, it was like, damn, this is kind of like kinky. But the girl started biting deeper and deeper and harder as we went on. And I said, hey, baby. Oh, man. I was like, hey, baby, you got to stop this. I said, it was fun at first, but now you biting too hard. And then I looked in this chick's face. Lance, her eyes was rolled back into her head.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh, shit. I said, what have I got myself into?
Right, she's gone.
I said, I'm in here with the exorcist.
For real? She had something going on with her.
Yeah, I was like, oh, my God. I said, what have I got myself into?
Soul snatcher.
Oh, man. I was like, damn.
Soul snatcher,
but man. It was good. But
it got to be too much.
So I said, let me hurry up and get this over with, right? So it's over with. So I was talking to her like afterwards, and I said, hey, when did you start like biting? Why do you like to bite so much? She told me, she said,
she realize it?
What? Huh?
Did she realize she was biting?
Yeah, she realized it. I asked
or was it the demon biting?
Well, she told me, she said what happened was years ago, her uncle took advantage of her sexually. And the way she had to fight him off, she was biting him to fight him off. And that was just a carryover from that experience, that first time experience with a guy. So she was saying that's where that came from. She said it was just something that she always did. Because I was looking at my neck and I had these teeth marks, like in my traps, I had these like teeth marks up, and I was like, damn. And that was like the first and the last time I did that with her, because it was just too much. At first, it wasn't too bad, but she just started, as it went on, she started biting deeper and deeper and deeper. And I said, no. I said, if we could just tell half the stories about being with females and all this other stuff. A partner of mine's, he was with a girl. He said she wanted him to urinate on her. They were in the woods. They were in the woods and they were going at it. And I said, "Did you do it?" He said, "Yeah." And he said, I said, "Oh my God." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah."
I've had that request elevated me before. Yeah.
And he said, it's crazy because he said he bust one and then he stood up. She's laying on the ground on her back, and he did it, and she was just all into it.
Wow.
She was all into it. And he said he was, again, talking to her. She told him that a situation happened where some guys took advantage of her, and that's what they did after, the act,
Wow.
I was like, damn, that's cold-blooded, man. I mean, some things I just can't do. They can't do. I had another friend.
Right.
He from New York. This brother from New York. No, nothing against people from New York. He said this girl wanted her. He said he wanted her to rip her clothes off.
Oh man!
And then do it. This is what she said she wanted him to do. She wanted him to rip all her clothes and do it. And
you know what I would have done? You know what I would have done? I said, listen, we can do that. Let's just go down to the local precinct and put this on paper. If you want me to do this, and I'll do it for you, just in case you turn psycho and call the cops now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got my DNA all over you and I'll rip your clothes up. You ain't setting me up.
Yeah, because I said I wouldn't have done it. No, I'd be like, no, it's okay. That's too.
Well,
I never did anything like that, and I just don't feel comfortable with that kind of. Some things I can do, and some things I just can't do.
Right, and you shouldn't do anything that's against your boundaries. I can tell you some more stories about lamps.
Oh, your boy.
Where's
lamps? Lamps with the light bulbs. And if I have the light bulbs everywhere, I can't move because then I can enjoy it better.
Remember it, right?
You can't, man. I'll be walking through the house, man. I just bust up and start laughing. I was like, it's like you can't make this up.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
I remember life is just weird, man. Life is just so weird. It's like,
but it gets weirder because he had a retarded girlfriend, and she resembled the Cheryl Lynn, the singer who sung "Got to Be Real" back in the 70s. And
be real.
She was just like it, except one eye was off, and she talked with a high pitched voice, and so she'd come over sometime. And one time they were arguing, and their arguments were like so incoherent. It's like they wasn't even speaking the English language. Why you say that? Okay, I'm breaking up with you. Oh no! Don't break up with me! Don't break up with me! Did she give me a reason we don't need to break up? Well, look in the bottom drawer. I'm listening. I'm like, what the hell's in the bottom drawer? What could be in there? Like $1 million or something? Hey, I kept all your period pads for the last 2 years in Ziploc bags and dated them.
Oh my God.
April 1980, May 1980. Yeah. I've been keeping your period pads. That means I love you. The logic of retarded person.
I could see if she wrote him some postcards or something like that, or some love letters or something, or some Hallmark cards, and say, yeah, I got them all right here. Every card you gave me, but some maxi pads.
But his sister, I told the sister, she's like, I don't believe you, Lance. You always tell some stories. I'm like, I'm telling you, that's the truth. That's what he said. So she went and put in some gloves and went in there when he wasn't gone. When he was gone, looked in there, and yes, it was dated. Dated Ziploc bag with them in there going back about 2 years. Yeah. And then the worst thing. Yeah, I had peeked in his room again. It was already cracked a little bit, and he was on his back on the floor. And she was, how they have the commercials where they show you the wineries and they're walking on the grapes and stuff like that. Even though that's not really the mass, maybe they did that back in the day, but they're walking back and forth on the grapes.
The wine press.
Yeah, well, Or put it this way, he was a human doodle press.
You joking?
I'm not joking. And man, that air and that funk hit me so hard, peeking in the crack. My eye was like, you know, when you're cutting an onion and your eyes want to close with a cry. The funk
Man,
was
that's
so
too much
strong,
funk.
man.
That's too much funk for Rick James. It's too funky in here.
Exactly.
That's
James
James
Brown,
right there. Yeah.
Hey, in the beginning. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, man.
Man. Wow.
Look. I would see
This is the first time I'm hearing this one.
Yeah. I think that's the first time I told it too. Yeah. Also,
damn.
like,
now, and did he still have the pictures up on the wall, even though she was treading
he never took the pictures down.
The dookie shoot.
Yeah. No, he never took the pictures down. It was like about maybe an inch. He would buy stuff, and you could tell how long he was doing this because you'd see pictures, like if you peel back without taking it off, you'd see black women with some big afros. This was some 1970s or late 60s stuff. And the bush, the pubic hair, just all over the place, like a big patch where it just looked like panties or whatever.
You see, so, if you pull it back on the other side, you see advertisement for a beta machine. Not a VHR, but a beta machine.
Yeah, but it was like so thick. Yeah, and it was down to the whatever parts of the room that were exposed, down to the molding on the floor. And when he was doing it, his head was up and down looking, and sometimes he'd hold the camera on one, and no, not that one. Because when he was about to approach that moment, it would freeze. He would not move the camera, the flashlight. He would hold it there. Because he told me, he says, "You see, if I was jacking off and I had the magazine in one hand, I can't turn the pages that fast and see everything. But my eyeballs, I can look at this, look at that, look at it, and I get more stimulation, and I feel better. More comes out." I'm like, I bet all that stimulation. There was a light bulb. I'm telling you,
neon lights.
I'm telling you, I had to rewrite the word. Neon light, oh, light bulbs. Now I'm gonna lay
light
down,
bulbs.
and I can't move because the bulbs. It makes me come faster, and it makes me enjoy it because I can't move. Because he knew he was gonna get cut up.
You know what, Lance? They say there's somebody out there for everybody. And for him and his girl.
He was the doodle wine press, I guess. You know,
do you know where he is now? Have you heard anything? I know you said he came up to the job, but have you heard like anything from him?
He moved down with his sister that I used to go out with to Brevard County in Florida. And you know, sometimes you hear a song and you're like, let me search this person. I was not searching like I'm stalking somebody or whatever. I couldn't believe that the search gave me the address. I wouldn't pop up on them, but it gave me a number, and I called the number. And she picked up, and she's like, well, you know who's living with me, right? I was like, oh my God, he'd love to see you. Why don't you come out here? So she was like a religious fanatic. Like she had on all white, and she called herself a prophetess, and you know, like trying to like
come at me. Preacher part 2.
Exactly. And coming at me for things me and her did all them years before. Well, you know, you freaky and you need to stop that. I said, how you know I'm doing that stuff? And why are you concerned? I mean, like, you still like that. Why are you concerned? So anyway,
you still like that.
Exactly, you still like that, but it is white. Whatever.
She just want to know. She wanted to know. Are you still like that?
Right. If there's some possibilities or whatever, right? So anyway, she said, oh, he'd love to see you. He's in the room. So she said, just go over there and knock. Or anyway, I'm gonna go and knock. So she knocked, and he's like, well, what you want? And he's like, somebody's here to see you. Well, you got. It was still the same thing. You gotta wait 5 minutes because I'm jacking off. I'm like, oh my God, you gonna tell your sister that, man? So, I said, what am I gonna see now? Bulbs or balloons or something or whatever? So he came to the door.
Bowling balls.
Is that what I'm telling you, right?
Yeah, bowling lane
down, bowling balls in there.
Bowling pins up on on the wall.
Pig stuck up his butt. You know what I mean? So he came to the door, and she
Boy.
was standing there, and I was on the other side. And he said, "Lips, lips," and he hugged me, but he was stinking. He said, "Lips." Yeah, he was, because he was always funky. You know, he loved funk.
Right.
You know, him and Ray James way. So he
Yeah.
said, "You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. I told you that, like, when I was doing bodybuilding, she took some Polaroids of me.
Right.
And he got a hold of one, and he kept it on the wall.
Oh my God.
In Queens, New York. But
Right.
now it's in Florida. And it was, I'd say it was about maybe 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And me and her broke up in 1982. And we started dating late 1980 or whatever. But, you know, I wasn't all that faithful either. So, but still, you know, it was like, that was my girlfriend. Everybody knew that. This picture, the Polaroid, I think I took it in 1981. I wasn't in the shape that I was in the other pictures that you saw. I was in pretty good shape, though. On the wall, the only picture up there was mine, and it had a little tack, little thumbtack pushed in to hold it up there. "Oops, I still got your picture up here." I said, I almost said his name right. I don't want to say that. I said, "Man, what you doing with my picture up there?" "Oh, no, I'm not doing it with the picture." Because he had my picture up. When he had all my other pictures up, I said, "You ain't looking at my picture doing this." "No. I don't even look right. Even the women around on top of you and under you, I don't look at them." So he had my picture after all them years. Lips. He started crying.
Man, he really looked up to you, man.
No, he did. He did,
You
because
might have been. You might have been the only real friend he ever had.
I think so. And his father molested him. So he didn't get into any male energy at all, because he would tell that story and cry, and he told it to me and everything. And the father was alive at that point, but alcoholic. And, you know, he told me the story about how the father was doing to him and made him give him oral sex. But then after that, it was anal.
Wow.
And, you know, he's not sounding like, you know, because he's developmentally delayed. So he's telling me the story, and he's in the house saying it loud. The father can hear. Father didn't care. So he was telling us how.
You talking about New York, or you talking about New Florida?
Oh no, in New York, in Queens at that point, when I was younger. So he was mad because he was molested several times over from the father, and he hates lesbians because when he was really young, maybe like 8, 7 years old, these two lesbians were making him give them oral. And he was like, felt like he was smothered because they were grabbing the back of his head and pushing it in. "No, I can't breathe." I'm not making fun
were
of him,
these family members, or was these like friends of the family?
Well, the Dykes, they were Dykes, Bull Dykes, and they were like friends of the family in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And they were making him do that. At the same time, the father was coming in there and molesting him and giving him anal sex. So here's the sick part. You know, I'm not ever saying his name, whatever. Here's the sick part about it. He said, yeah. Now, see, he was graphic with it. He didn't care, because he would go to cookouts. He would go to cookouts, family cookouts, and cookouts where everybody goes and they all pretend and play normal. "Oh, you know my daddy used to screw me in my ass, right? Yeah, him sitting right there. I thought he a Christian. He used to come in my room and used to screw me in my butt. And he used to make me suck him off. And he smacked me in the head when I didn't swallow." I'm like, "Oh, man." And the father's sitting there, mad, can't say nothing. And so what he told me and his sister, yeah, because he didn't want to get blown up. You know, and he put him on punishment.
Do you know if the father touched the daughter?
No, but the uncle was trying. The father's brother, was mad that I was going out with the girlfriend I was going out, because she had an extreme shape, very athletic. She lifted weights and everything, real pretty.
For a younger female.
Exactly. So she's walking up the steps. I wasn't there. And he's down at the bottom of the steps trying to look up her dress. In front of his brother, in front of her father. And he laughing. You know, and he's trying, like, here's a father with his daughter walking up the steps, and the uncle, his brother, is lusting after, oh, what he do to her. I got to come over here, spend the night. I know I'm gonna find myself in that room. And she didn't. She wasn't subservient. She said, "Yeah, well, you're gonna find yourself cut up that night." You know what I mean?
I
So
heard that.
with the retarded brother, when he got graphic again, I'm not gonna say it the graphic way, but basically,
Right.
he learned to go on himself, to do a number two on himself to stop the father from doing something. And this is how twisted the father was. He did this on himself. The father was on top of him, holding him down, ready to go inside. So homeboy went on himself, and the father looked at him because he turned his head around. You think that's gonna stop me? That's more lubrication. That's
Oh
evil,
my
man.
God. It is.
And he did it. Let's be real with shit. Unbelievable.
You know why? Like, let me say this. I've never said this before.
Mm-hmm.
I have had my respectable amount of girls I dated in my life.
Right.
Aside from, like little one night stands, but I had more girlfriends actually than one night stands. I have lost a lot of relationships with girls or females who went through that growing up.
Yeah.
Because the girl that I told you about, the one that wanted me to come to her house, the girl I was dating, the same thing happened with her when she had a brother, older brother, like a year or two, because she was adopted and she was conceived in the back of a car. But her parents, both of her parents lost her and her brother. So I remember her telling me, she said there was an older couple that adopted them, and they used to make her and her brother drink urine, and they would have them perform sexual acts on them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because and so she had her biological parents that lost custody. She went through two families. She went through two families where she was molested. And then the third family that she was with, the parents she had, her adopted parents, were the parents that I knew when I was dating her. And she was telling me about her history and everything. And I was like, man, this is horrible. I mean, it's beyond horrible.
Yeah.
That's horrible is an understatement.
But the things
but a lot of these women, I'm saying, Lance, it's like if these things didn't happen, that the relationships would have lasted longer. Right. They would have lasted.
But they leave their marks. And when they get stirred up sexually, some of that sediment comes from the bottom. I'm not blaming them because, like I said before, that was their first taste. It was their first taste of stuff, and it never leaves them right. I'm not saying like chastise them like, oh, you're wrong, because they're the victim, but they're touched. Look, it's like having two 45 RPM records perfectly aligned and playing the exact way, and you don't hear no echo, no double, and you take one needle and put it back down and try to fix it back again, you'll never get it back right again. I'm not saying anything's wrong. It's wrong because what happened to them. So anybody listening who've been through stuff, I'm not saying that anything's wrong with you, but this is terrible. This is really terrible.
It is.
Unbelievable.
Because not only is it happening to the girls, it's happening to the boys.
Yeah.
And just you wonder, and ladies, and I'm saying this to the ladies, you wonder why many of these males out here, the young as well as the old, they hate women.
Yes.
A lot of that is coming from somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
It's coming from somewhere. Because I had a friend of mine, a brother I knew. Yeah, exactly. Because I knew a brother that this happened with him. It happened between him and an uncle and an aunt. And he told me, he said, man, for years, I hated women. He said, for years. And, he said it was, he was born again, and he's kind of brought some balance. Last time this like over 20 years ago when I spoke to him, but he said it brought some balance to his life. But he told me, he said for years, he hated women.
That's a strong, wow.
And he was a womanizer. Yeah, he was a womanizer, man. He
Right.
said for years he said he
So
hated women.
yeah, and he was a womanizer. Not that that's the only way to be a womanizer, but that was his way. Like he had the urge and desire, but he probably discarded them and used them, and don't call ghost them and all that stuff because of what happened, because of the hate. And I know a lot of brothers who they got some serious issues, and they don't even realize that they've opened up to me and told me things, but I see beyond it, and they don't realize I see that deep. There's some situations out here that the people I know, if I really read them, but I'm not going to read them like I'm putting them down, but if I really told them what I see, they probably go jump off a bridge somewhere. I wouldn't want that. I'm just saying that they're still holding things in, right? I know someone who is not super close or anything like that, but back in the day, we were closer. Used to go to the gym with me and stuff like that. Anytime a girl would come around me, I say girl, but I mean like, they're women,
the female.
He would find something wrong with them to keep me away from them. So I'm thinking like, was this brother gay? You know what I mean? But it wasn't that, but it was just almost like I was his only friend to him. Like it was the only one he could open up to, and he thought it was like a threat of them taking me away from them, but it wasn't a gay thing, So that's what it was. That's strange. I mean, the way he would go on, he didn't like nobody being around me. Nobody.
Did you ever? Eventually, did you ever talk to him about this, like his experiences with women, to find out why he kind of?
I tried, but he would always skirt around it because, see, he knew how I thought. He knew I was going to zero in on something, and I wasn't trying to embarrass him, whatever. I was doing it in a caring way, in a calm way, and kind of like broadcasted it to him long before, and he knew where it was going. He didn't want to face it. You know what I mean? So he never had any relationship that was good or long or whatever. Had never. Some women. Let me tell you something. It's about 43 years. The only relationship that he had that he was into, and he still talks about that to this day. He still thinks that he's going to get back with that woman. That we are so much older now. She has several kids. She's been through so much. She can't stand him. But in his mind, when he talks to me, oh yeah, and he goes into detail about how he met her and how he can still make it with her. Now, mind, she's married now, kids and everything.
And she's living rent free in his head.
Oh, big time. He was like that before, after the breakup, but all these years, and like he always swings the conversation back to her. We could be talking about nuclear arms in Iran, and in 3 minutes, he's gonna bring it up, and he's gonna do it in a smooth way. Like he's not just gonna cut it, and he'll talk and swing it smoothly.
He'll stroll into it.
Exactly. And I'm trying to I see what he's doing, so I try to turn it around. If I turn it around, he still, does this thing and brings it up, and then he just keeps he'll text. I'm like, I'm going to bed. I'll wake up. There's about 70, 80 texts, long paragraphs about that. Like, I'm gonna make you see it anyway. And I don't even open them up.
So other than her and his wife, he doesn't have any experiences with women.
He had some short attempts to wash off the feeling of that one that hurt him. But that didn't last but maybe never a week, days. And it was them rejecting him. But he would never tell me the whole thing. Oh, you weird. Oh, it was always, oh, you weird. I was always wondering, what is it that he did?
You know what? If that woman probably gave him some today, he probably would be like, you know what? It ain't even all that. He thinks,
I know that.
He thinks.
I know that.
He thinks it's all that, but I'm like, it's like, man, because that same girl that I was telling you about, we broke up, and she went her way, I went my way, and then I hooked up with her a couple of years later, and
Right.
she had already had a baby or two or something like that, and she gave me some, and that was really the end of that.
Right.
And
Right.
I was like,
But see,
at first I was like, I was hot. Like when we broke up, I said I invested all this time and energy into her, and
right.
she was off into something else. So I said, no big, at the time I was like, I'll never do this again. And then a few years later, we get in contact with each other, and she's telling me, I said, well, I kind of met somebody else and I moved on with my life. She said, oh, well, no, well, don't
Hmm.
judge me, don't compare me to her and all. I said, no, ain't no big deal. But the girl I was with, that didn't work. And then about a year later, she and I hooked up, and she gave me some, and I drove her home, and I haven't seen her
Wow.
since. She has since got
Wow.
married and everything, and I'm happy for her.
Hmm.
But I'm saying that there's an old saying, tough times don't last forever. Sometimes we
Exactly.
think, oh man, this is the end. I said, no, it's not.
No, it's
It's
not.
not the end. You're gonna
Is
find
this
somebody
the
else, and you're gonna be
end?
happy.
Uh-huh.
Mama told me that.
Right. Right. Right.
Oh baby.
Yeah. Exactly.
No,
I want to
you'll
know.
bounce
I
back.
want to know.
Is this the end, girl?
Right. 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 So you never know. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap it down in a few because I forgot I
Yes,
got to
sir.
get up real early to deal with this electrician. I want to keep this going though, man. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna always commit to doing it every day. And as much as you want to
Uh-huh.
come on, you come on. Everybody else, we're gonna chop it up. I want to bring back the old days when I unveil the studio, it's gonna be on
Hmm.
and popping every day.
Well,
So,
Brother Lance, just like to me, you're an elder. You got me by a few years.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Not much, but it's close. But
right,
I enjoy
right.
talking to you, brother, because like we grew up
Likewise,
around the same era.
and
Thank you.
can
We grew up
relate.
around the same era. Yeah. So like you said, you was mostly in the 60s, the 70s, 80s. I was mostly in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. So we kind of
Hmm.
overlap
Yeah,
by a few years. But at the end of the day, we're just really trying to bring helpful information to the people. We got to make it
exactly.
entertaining, because YouTube
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
YouTube is
yeah.
an entertainment platform.
Hmm.
So we got to make it. I haven't had checked the comments yet, but we got to make it entertaining. You got to make it
Let me tell
entertaining,
you something.
and I would love
The
to.
comments,
I would love to hear what other people think.
right, the chat room froze because I guess they enjoyed it so much. That's what happens. Sometimes you can get on a roll and the chat room will freeze. You're like,
Hmm.
is something wrong? Like, oh, we over here
Hmm.
cracking up. So yeah, you're right. You got to
Hmm.
bring the entertainment factor in there, and like I try to do that, and I don't go overboard unless it's like a comedy show or something like that where I'm telling some stories, or how a midget turned me out. I did that one before. I don't know if I have that one, so I might tell that story all over again. Um,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? But I'm not afraid to say it, and people know that about me. So we're gonna keep it real. And then most people hold things in, and they're like, oh, "I would never say that," but it happened to me too. So that's what I do. I talk about the
Yeah.
things.
Well,
Thank you.
I was
Hmm.
just recently, it says Tracy J said if Joe Biden was black, they would have booted him out of the White
Yeah.
House as soon as he started showing signs of being incoherent. Yeah,
Hmm. Of course.
absolutely. But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I just want to add to that, because I know you got to go.
Yeah. Sure.
What I'm
No
wondering
problem.
is that this is what I'm wondering. This debate, this first debate, was earlier than normal. Normally they have the debates like July, like August.
Right.
Some people think what's really happening, Joe Biden was put out there to show that he's incoherent, and that the Democrats need to make a change before August.
Right. Right.
That's what
Right.
a lot of
Right.
people are really saying about this. And in other words, they saying, okay, he ain't gonna make it. But the problem is,
He ain't
if
giving
the
up.
president, yeah, that's what they're saying. He's not giving up, because Kamala Harris would, by default, I would think she would move to the top spot. Then they would
They
have
don't
to
want that.
determine, yeah, who's going to be the VP. But all this would have to happen at the convention, the Democratic convention, which, yeah.
Yeah.
So they don't want to have a situation like in 1968 all over, when the Democrats had their convention in Chicago, and this thing went all over the place. It was a
Hmm.
zoo,
Hmm.
because I could see, I don't have a crystal ball, but I could see what that was really meant to put Biden on the spot, to show that he
Yeah.
doesn't have what it takes. Because we all had family members who went through dementia and all that. We know how painful that is. That is a
Exactly.
painful experience to deal with a family member, and he doesn't have it, man. There were some news reports that said he did a great job in the debate.
But they're gonna lie. They're gonna
Yeah,
lie.
yeah,
They're gonna keep it going. Yeah. They
yeah,
will straight lie.
yeah,
And people will
yeah.
really believe it. They'll see it, know it wasn't that way. And because it's in print, okay, that must be the way it is. Maybe I saw something wrong or whatever happened. You know what I mean? So that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. And I think you said it best. You said that he might be on some super drugs in the next debate.
Man, yeah. I believe they shoot him up to keep him coherent and up in something that doesn't last long. Because he's falling off of bikes, falling up steps, shaking hands with people that's not there. Come on.
Well, it's just like, if you notice, the more the debate went on, the more unglued he became.
Unraveled. Yeah.
If you unraveled, yeah. Because if you look at it, it's like he kind of. I mean, compared to what his situation is, he seemed like he was a little bit stronger in the beginning, but it seemed like as the debate went on, he became more challenged, and it was like he just, you're the this, you're the that. Now you're going into the name calling thing. Trump said, "Hey man, can we be adults about this?"
Right. He said that excellent.
Yeah. Because I could tell that unless he's on some drugs, some serious drugs, he in trouble.
Exactly.
He is in some serious trouble.
And this is escalating by the week. It's getting worse and worse. So imagine they try to push him in a position to win. What would his victory speech be?
I don't know. He just might walk off the stage
out of head.
Yeah, amazing. This like I said, I think he's a Manchurian candidate, and it's not him in charge; it's the people who are behind him.
Right.
He's just like Obama. He's like. I mean, Obama had a little bit more autonomy than Biden did, but he's not in charge. You can see that.
No.
You can see that. That's obvious.
Some people,
like I said, Trump just won by default. It was a default win,
Right.
It was just a default. It was like he said, you win by default.
Exactly.
It's like the bodybuilder. It's like what Sergio Oliva. It's like he's in the contest. He wins the contest because nobody got in the contest.
Nobody. Exactly. So
he just won by default. He won the trophy because nobody wouldn't go up there and compete against him.
Exactly. Bittersweet.
He wins
to win, but you didn't beat nobody. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So.
Wow.
All right, Lance. Hey, brother. Hey, man. Thank you for the time, and thank you for your patience. Much fun.
Oh, don't worry about that, man. No, it's just that I know I got to get up early, and I got this electrician. I got to go pick up some things, and he's got to talk to the ceiling guy, and all this back and forth. And these guys, because these guys that are working, they stay here now. They stay during the week or 6 days. They go home and they come back because they've been getting up 6 o'clock in the morning, and they stop working around 10 tonight. My 10
now, you said these are Nigerians?
No, these are Africans. I mean, of course, Ghanaians.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the art of the POP ceiling is from Nigeria, right? So I said to people before, Google, just put POP ceiling, and then put Nigeria in there because it's going to really show you how they do it. It's fascinating. And they've been teaching Ghanaians this thing. A lot of Ghanaians are doing it now. You don't see this in America. And they put all these fancy lights in there and everything. Just Google POP ceiling and put Nigeria behind it. And you're going to see. And hit images. Yeah, go to images. It's going to show you a crap load of ceilings. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. What they do. And it's not really super expensive. It could be, depending on how intricate you can make it. So I wanted them to start out where my studio is in that floor before they come up to this floor.
What's the dollar rate to the Ghana currency?
Last time I checked a couple days ago, 1 for 15.25. Yeah, it may have changed because it changes like daily, but not much. You know,
Hmm.
I'm gonna search
I'm
this right
assuming.
now.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm assuming the British pound is a little bit stronger than the dollar
Yeah,
in
yeah,
Ghana.
of course. Okay, it's
Yeah,
15.38. So the higher the number
15,
of the Ghanaian CD,
15.38.
$1, yeah, for 15.38 Ghanaian CDs. So if you buy something for $1 in America, you come out here and it's like, oh sir, that'll be that'll be like 15.72 or $2. It's like 30 CDs point whatever, yeah. So I had to get used to looking at the
So
prices that weren't American dollars. I'm thinking still like it's dollars. Like, man, this stuff is expensive. And some stuff is.
yeah, yeah. Because when I was in the Philippines, the
Mm-hmm.
Philippine peso to the dollar was like 15. No, I'm sorry. It's 56 Philippine peso to the dollar.
God
So
dog.
yeah. So, but it's not. It depends on what you buy because gas is like 55, 56, maybe 60 peso per liter.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
You
almost
become
like a
a
little
you
bit
become
over
a
a dollar per liter. Hmm.
you become a mathematician extraordinaire when you have to do these calculations in your head. Because see, like here,
You do.
things that are in abundance here, like
Hmm.
mangoes and papayas, they are cheap when you break it down to the dollar. Because there's so
Hmm.
many of them here. But things that have to be
Hmm.
imported and it has to go through the duty and
Hmm.
it can jack up so much, so much.
Hmm.
So you have to be
Hmm.
shrewd when you import things because sometimes it's a good idea, sometimes it's not a good idea. You know,
Hmm.
wow,
Hmm.
this is it's not
Hmm.
to think about.
Yeah.
My brain is buzzing and very stimulated, so it's like I want to keep on talking, but and I'll be back on tomorrow night. And anytime you want to come on, anybody wants to come on, we're
What's
gonna get
tomorrow?
down.
What's tomorrow's subject tomorrow? What's the topic
You
tomorrow?
know what? It hits me as I go along, but I'm open for suggestions. Yeah, me, it's like especially when I freestyle, something hits me earlier or something, and I'm like, okay, I'll talk about that. So it's not like, oh, I got to make bulleted points, whatever have you. If it's something of an experience, I freestyle it because I'm only telling a story. I'm only speaking or giving my perspective, whatever. So this is what makes it so hard for YouTube to get me on misinformation, right?
Hmm.
Because I'm not trying to, I'll say some facts sometime and pull things up. But my thing is
Right.
basically like, okay, in a general way, this is the way it is, and I'm giving my opinion. So I really freestyle a lot. Something will happen, or maybe if it's something that I really have to do, and it comes to me, but I already made the show, but I'll do this tomorrow
Hmm.
night. But what I do, I will look over things. I will look at what's
Hmm.
trending, what people are talking about, what some of the,
Hmm.
like the root or the griot, Google Trends, and different things that I look over, and just things that I see that's trending on different platforms, social media. You
Hmm.
know, and there are a lot of social media platforms out there that people just don't know about that gives different types of information or has a different flavor to it. You have
Hmm.
Mastodon, you have Blue Sky. It's just like Twitter, and I'm on all of them.
Hmm.
You have Truth Social, which is Donald Trump's thing,
Hmm.
and I watch that too because they may be leaning, of course, to him. He's the god of that platform, but it may offer something really, really good that I can, expound on. I keep it open. The phone conversations, things are over here. I'm like, oh man, this really happened.
Hmm.
May hear some lady at the market talk about something that's happening in Ghana or
Wait.
whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Well, I have to say before I sign out that I was the
Hmm.
one who suggested you do the video. Are women becoming obsolete?
Yes, no, I
When we
remember. Yeah, I
talked
remember
about the transformer thing.
that. More than meets the
Yeah.
eye.
Yeah. Because I remember I remember. I know you got to go, brother. I was. You know how we
No,
talk about
keep
it here in
going.
the states. They got the people. They got the people like coming from Brazil and Venezuela. And I was walking
Yeah,
down the
yeah.
street the other day. I was coming from the store, and I saw.
Hmm.
You see women like Venezuelans passing you by, right? They're not too bad looking. And I remember seeing this one from a distance. I said, "Oh, here comes another one," right? And I'm looking, but I
Big
noticed this one
trend.
is kind of tall. a tall
Right,
one, right? I said, damn, this is one that's kind of for Venezuela because these are more so short people, but this one is tall.
right.
And I'm looking, and this one had a mask on, and I look at his face. I said, no, that's a dude, a
That's a
long
dude.
face.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They can't
Dude had
hide
a
that.
long
That's
face,
why they
and
gotta wear their hair big.
I don't know who taught him how to dress, but he had on some outfit. I don't know who. I don't know. I mean, Osh Bosh Bagosh or somebody dress him up. But I'm looking at him. I'm like, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess
Mm.
whatever floats your boat. So even with that, like you see the influx of these people coming in from Central and South America, you see
Mhm.
that element is coming also
Yes.
into into America too.
And what they gonna do?
So
They're
that's
gonna
like,
do what they gotta do to make a living. You see?
yeah,
That's right.
sad but true.
Crazy world, man. But
Oh
we're gonna
yeah,
talk about
you can't
something
make
tomorrow night.
you can't make this up. if I think of something, I'll shoot you. If I think of something, I'll shoot you a text or
Sure,
something. You know,
sure.
that's just
And I'll do it. Whatever you say, I will do. We'll do. I can talk about anything.
yes, sir. Yeah,
Anything and everything.
yeah.
I'm not afraid.
How you say you're dexterous like that?
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly. On
Yeah,
the spur of
so,
the moment too.
mhm.
I just
Oh
you've been through stuff and you experience stuff. It's not hard, and it's not like I'm trying to impress somebody and come with all these facts, whatever. And I'll read stuff off, and if I do know something about bodybuilding and stuff like that, New York City back in the day, different
Mhm,
things. I do know relationships. I have my perspectives. I know how to be funny and keep it well oiled and nice conversation going. But
mhm,
it's always shoot from the hip for me. But these guys get up there, back in 1973, they just, come on, stop being boring. Be spur of the moment, you know?
mhm, mhm. Well,
Somebody got cotton
you
in his
got to do
mouth.
what you got to do. Well, like I said,
Mm-hmm.
YouTube is mostly an entertainment platform. So
Exactly.
you want it to be informative yet entertaining.
Exactly. And for me,
A quick.
mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was, what happened to the brother that you had on, the one that was talking about the diet and everything, and he was talking about the detox?
Is it Dr. Kang, the short guy?
It was a brother. You said he was having some challenges with his, and then he came into contact with Dr. Sadie, uh, uh, the
Dr.
brother that
Kang?
passed away. Not the Sadie. This is a
Okay.
young brother. He was in the
Okay.
alternative lifestyle, and he said once he detoxed, he got his body straight. Then
Oh,
he got out of
oh.
that.
I wrote his number down. I want to have him back on because he was talking about how he left that lifestyle. Yeah, yeah. And I know I got the video that I can still get because it wasn't that long ago. I think I already have it up. I'll check. I forgot his name.
Hmm.
But he was
Hmm.
coming with some really strong points. And I know people in that lifestyle, they probably hated to hear him say that, because I could hear
That brother needs
I
to
can
be
hear
that
some,
brother needs to be heard.
exactly. I can hear some snooty gay dude. Oh, so he's saying our gayness is mucus. I can hear him saying that. Like,
Cow's milk.
yeah. Toxic.
So what are you
Exactly.
trying to say? We need to be lactose intolerant.
It
I'll
would
tell
be
you what. I'll tell
sperm
you what. What I
intolerant.
would like to do. I would like to do, if it's okay with you.
Sure.
People are talking because you touched on this in some videos before. The whole
Mm-hmm.
the expat thing. The whole expat
Yes, we
thing.
could do that. We could do that. Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
I got some
yeah.
points for that.
Because I could share what my experiences and what I
Right,
see
right.
today going on with some of these guys that's
We'll do it.
traveling overseas. Yeah,
Yeah, good. I'll set it up from early.
yeah,
Not early, but it'll be
yeah,
before, and we'll do it. We'll get there a little earlier. Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, that needs to be
yeah.
spoken on even deeper. And with your experiences and perspective, my little sprinkling in there, we're gonna make it happen. I'm looking forward to that already. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You already
I
know.
gotta be careful with my wife. She be listening. Well, I didn't know you did that. Well,
Yeah,
you didn't tell
exactly.
me
Right.
about. You didn't tell me about her. What?
Well, see, Mr.
Well,
Scurv,
I
when she
knew that
hears
you were
me
dating.
talking, right? Like I'll be
Uh
in the
huh.
house, and doing a show, and she'll be in the kitchen or somewhere, and she'll just be shaking her head. Yeah, okay, I already know. you are out there,
Yeah.
you know. But she knows she's I'm here doing shows, and I'm not like, where is he? He's been going for the last 8 hours every day, the same time for like, you know what I mean? Like, so when I'm talking these things,
Well,
it's like old war stories. Doesn't bother her though.
well, see, Lance, it's a beautiful thing that you married and you have a wife that supports you in what you're doing. And you know, I was going to do something like to help guys, like if guys want, if they're serious, if they want to be
Right.
married and build a family, then I said, okay, if you're going to travel overseas, this is what you have to do. If you want to take this step, then these are the
Mm-hmm.
things that you have to do. If that's what we're talking about, marriage,
Right.
courtship, and family. But I said,
Right.
if you guys want to do dating, just dating, I'm the wrong person to talk to.
Right.
Granted, I can tell you about dating and females, but that's not me, because most of these guys are coming overseas. They're not trying to marry anybody.
Exactly.
They're more into just purely just dating.
Right.
And then they talk and say there's no traditional women, because fool, you wasn't looking for a traditional woman. You were the same thing you were looking for in the States is the same thing that you was looking for when you went overseas. Why? Because birds of a feather flock together.
Flock together. That's right. You're right about that.
So you got Miss Scurv, and she supports you, brother. I say, hey, brother, that's outstanding.
Yeah, and you know the time that I put in doing this, and you know that, and she knows my passion. You know what I mean? She met me doing this. YouTube just came out, but what I'm saying is that I've amassed all those written articles, the artwork. Some capacity, I was doing something. And in actuality, I was writing erotica on the website back then. I kind of stopped because I was like, oh, people may not understand. I was writing erotica, and people were loving it. I had a huge fan base. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna go back and do that, you know. But it's different than what most people write, you know. It's different. It's more emotional than anything else. It's not like, well, I ran my hot, turgid, vein-laced whatever inside. No, it wasn't. It's not like that. And you know, when these white dudes, like, I'm just bringing them up, when they get aroused and they get gnarled, man, they get horns coming out. How am I? They don't even say, you know, black men say DICK and white men say COCK, right? And they don't even say cock anymore. My cock. You know, it's like, God, dog, you know, I want to do something, a little taste.
Say they really come
in their own world. Yeah. Unhinged and glued. They're in their own world.
But you know what? I noticed something, Lance, and this is something a show too. I'm noticing as the country goes through its challenges, Western civilization, I've noticed they're starting to revert back to the man that had a little mustache during World War II in Germany. They're starting to revert back to that because they know they have leaders, but they don't have leadership.
Right.
And they're reverting back. I see it because I'm seeing more stuff pop up on YouTube about old Adolf. It's like they're romanticizing him. Yep. He's being romanticized. I've been noticing that.
Airbrush pictures and looking, you know, and speaking about him like they really understand. And you know, I saw somebody basically say that he's needed for this time. You hear all kind of things.
And he killed nearly 30 million Russians citizens during World War II.
Wow.
Nearly 30 million.
This is all.
Well, you know, it is. And I said, what would our grandfathers say if they were alive today and they saw him being romanticized? Because my father, he was in Korea. So he had, when World War II was going on, he was still a youth. But what would our grandfathers say who fought like the Tuskegee Airmen and other individuals, even some of the white folks? What would they say? You're bringing this stuff back.
We're being slowly steered in different directions. It's like that huge cruise ship that can't turn on a dime, but it does it so slow that you don't notice it and changes direction if it has to, as opposed to that little tiny tugboat that it can weave circles around that big one. So they're slowly
Mm-hmm.
but surely feeding things and tipping the scales a certain way, and they make it the algorithms is what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's what they want,
Yes. Yes.
and they're going to take a certain time. If you can have AI do stuff, write articles for you, now you can put
Mm-hmm.
prompts in, and it can make movies for you.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up good looking movies.
Mm-hmm.
Just make it up. This is not of this
Mm-hmm.
world, you know. So it's none of this world.
Right. Like a revisionist history.
Yep, exactly. And they know where they want to take this society. And they,
Yeah.
I'm not into it or applauding them, but some of us are so blind. They've been doing an excellent job.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
wow, unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
Well, bro, let me go run and hit this sack.
All
We're
right,
definitely
brother
gonna talk
Lance. Hey,
about
thank you,
tomorrow.
brother.
I'm looking forward
Mm-hmm.
to it. The expat. I'll come up with some graphics and write a little something, whatever, and be ready to throw down. Because I know
Oh
we
yeah.
both got some perspectives. There's a lot of things over here and how we are perceived. And don't think these girls over here stupid. They're not stupid. I'm not saying you.
No.
I'm just saying in general. You know, they take and they play dumb too to get you in the trap. Yeah, get your money.
Yeah.
It's about that money. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Especially on the internet. Oh,
Forget it.
my cow. We have the cow on the farm. He's sick, and the pigs are sick, and the chickens are sick. Send me some money, because they
It's
say a
all
fool
about
and
the
his
money.
money are both soon parted.
Exactly. And they'll bust out. You know, and they'll hint at you certain things. Now, there's a young lady I met recently, and like I say, when I'm out there, I meet men and women who are into creative things, interesting people, and I exchange numbers with them. So this one young lady is from Nigeria, and she was here with a company that was promoting a Nigerian movie, and they were basically giving out free screenings, tickets to random people. And so when I saw her, I swore I knew her. See, I don't have a problem talking with women. I'm not, oh my God, hold on. She gonna think I'm trying to, no, if you think I am and you back up, fine. But I'm who I am. But my aura, my energy, it never comes across the wrong way. So she was like, wow, you're interesting and whatever, because she was asking what I do, everything I showed her. And she's like, wow, you do all that, whatever. So she's like, we gotta hang out. And Miss Skirt don't have no problem with me not hanging out like, oh, I'm gonna take this girl to the club. But it's gotta be a reason. Like, you're into this, I'm into that. Let's meet up and talk about it. Let's create something out of this. I'm not even thinking about the other stuff, So she said, okay, soon. 2 days later, because she had called me the next day, we talked. I explained some things that I wanted to accomplish. And 2 days later, she called me late at night. And she says, oh, I am so hungry. I don't know what to do. I'm going to get the equivalent of Uber Eats. They have MOMO something, mobile money, whatever. And she was hinting that I should pay for her food way over across town. And no, because I saw that she was persistent. If I know you and you're hungry or you need something, I always got the people close to me. But she was trying me. And after I was like, well, what did she say? She didn't ask me directly. She said, oh, I wanted to know if you could. And I said, well, I spend a lot of money on bills. And a lot of these workers that are here doing stuff, I wish I can help you, And so she got dry a little bit, but, she ended the conversation. And that's what it was. She blocked me.
I was
But
going to say, was it one of those situations where she was going to say, I want to sex you up?
Oh, no.
She wanted the money.
Right,
you were thinking about the honey, but she wanted the money.
Money, exactly. Right.
It's like that.
No,
men give, women receive.
Well, see, right. But see, the thing is that a lot of these women here, see, I'm unteasable. I did so much, man. It's like, okay, you're going to try me with that, whatever. But they do that, and a lot of them don't want to, from what I'm hearing, want to actually do something. They want to tease you into getting your money, right? So they'll flirt, they'll tease, they'll do whatever, but it's about that money. They always come with something. I've known different women out here. Oh, Lance, I see you online. See, with me, I'm messed up. I can't even be a normal guy with interests and network with people because they're gonna think I can get something out of him. You see what I'm saying?
You know what, Lance? I want you to save that for the expat show, because I
Oh,
have
that's
some
right.
similar
That's right.
things to share
Yeah.
with you about my
Yeah.
experiences abroad as well. So I'm
Yep.
gonna get on out here,
Yep.
brother Lance. Thank you to you.
Oh,
Thank you to
thank
the
you, brother.
listeners. hmm
Beyond all
And I
measure.
look forward to brother talking to you again.
Oh man, I'm gonna put that. Man, that show's gonna be hot. I can't wait. You know, get
Yes,
some
sir.
rest, brother.
Right.
I'm gonna hit the sack,
Yeah.
and got a few
Mhm.
things to do, but I'm gonna set that up, and we're gonna carry on. But this was truly a gift to have you on talking, man, because we have the similarities and the overlap, and we understand each other, and we can pivot off of that, even though we have maybe sometimes little differences in our opinion, which I've never detected any. But I know tomorrow night show
Mhm.
when we do the expat thing, we will have different perspectives, but not really like I don't agree with you. I agree with everything you say. The difference
Mhm.
is the positioning, not the difference in
Right.
philosophy. And if there is, it's no problem, man, because then it's 99.99% agreeable. And you can explain yourself.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of folks can explain themselves. They get
Mhm.
hot and
Because
bothered, mad,
you,
you know.
but see, you in Africa and I'm in Asia, so
He did something.
we both can have something. Yeah. We have both of some. We talking about we're dealing with and dealing with non-white people. So we both
Right.
have something that I think we could bring to the table. If you got any other your subscribers who may be abroad, we'd love to
Most
hear from them too.
definitely. Yeah, yeah. I'll put the link out there early in there too and see what they do. You know, and since I've been doing everything
Yeah.
regular, more and more people will accumulate. If they don't even see it during the show being live, they'll see it afterward. Because, like I said, we're
hmm
gonna keep doing this until the wheels fall off. Ain't no wheels gonna fall off for real.
I heard that, brother. All right, brother Lance. Peace to you and to the audience, brother. All
Yes,
right.
thank you so much,
Thank you.
brother. Thank you so much. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Peace.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Much
Peace,
love.
brother.
All right. All right.
Make sure to go to Lancescurv.com, an online magazine established in 2001, containing written articles, thousands of talk shows and discussions, cutting-edge cartoons, as well as erotic expressions and tasteful adult photography. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. Once you get a taste of the world of Lancescurv, trust me, you'll be back for more. Lancescurv.com. Bold, raw, and uncut.